Want to speak real English from your very first lesson? Get instant access with your free lifetime account at LangAdvance.com.
Hey guys, in this first video of Module 1, we're going to see the important vocabulary and lessons about the first days and weeks at a first job. In this lesson, we have the specific communication skill, or the focus is about asking questions about project specifics. You are new in the job and you are starting to ask questions about the project and project specifics. In this dialogue, we're going to see Alex talk on his first day with Sam and Riley talking about the product, which is product 1, the website redesign. So listen to the following dialogue and listen carefully for the questions about project specifics in this dialogue.
Our project is a website redesign focusing on enhancing the user experience for a craft store. We are in the requirements gathering phase.
Hey, I'm Alex. I'll be working on front-end development. Are we emphasizing anything specific for this project?
Yes, we're focusing on responsive design and accessibility. For the front end, we're using HTML5, CSS3 for structuring and styling, and React for a dynamic, interactive user experience. This will help us build reusable components and manage the application's state effectively.
That makes sense. How do we plan to handle customer feedback and artisan input?
We plan to conduct surveys and maybe some focus groups. It's important we understand the user journey from their perspective.
Right. Alex, you'll start by getting acquainted with our front-end workflow. Any questions?
What's the timeline for the initial prototype?
We're aiming for a prototype in the next 6 weeks. We'll meet regularly to track progress and address any challenges.
Sounds good. I'm eager to contribute and work with everyone.
All right, let's see 3 specific questions from this dialogue. I want to show you the 3 important questions that are asking about project specifics. I want to show you variations of the same question and how to answer, okay? So the 3 questions are we focusing on anything specific for this project? How do we plan to handle customer feedback and user input? And what's the timeline for the initial prototype? So with this first question, are we focusing on anything specific for this project? What are other ways we can ask this question? Is there a specific focus for this project? Do we have a specific focus for this project? And are there any specific areas we are focusing on for this project? Let's see how to answer. If we take 3 vocabulary or 3 expressions here, primary focus, main focus, and specific focus. Really, they are extremely similar. They're not very different, okay? But if we look at some examples where we use this vocabulary, our primary focus for this project is to revamp the website's front end. Revamp means start or build or rebuild from zero. Our main focus is on developing an enterprise-level supply chain management platform. Our project's specific focus, so remember the pronunciation is focus, not fo or focus, but focus. Specific focus is on creating an intuitive real estate listing portal. Now, if you are using this vocabulary and, for example, you use the main focus is on, a basic rule of English is that after a preposition, the verb will have ing. So the correct sentence here is our main focus is on developing. It's usually a translation problem. Usually in your language, it's okay to just use the verb, but in English, it must be the ing. And in a similar way here, our project's specific focus is on creating, ing. So careful. Looking at the next question, how do we plan to handle customer feedback and user input? And different variations, different ways to ask the same question. How do we handle customer feedback and user input? What is our strategy for managing customer feedback and user input? How will we process and address customer feedback and user suggestions? Let's see the important verbs here. To handle feedback from stakeholders and customers, to manage feedback from stakeholders and customers. So with these three verbs, careful with the pronunciation. Next one is to address feedback from stakeholders and customers. With the pronunciation, with the word handle, in the letter H, there's a millisecond of exhalation. Handle. With manage, okay, manage, not manage, or manage, or manage, manage. And then to address. The first letter A is address, to address feedback. To handle feedback from stakeholders or customers is to receive and respond to feedback without necessarily making changes. To manage feedback from stakeholders, managing is deciding what to fix, organizing the feedback, and deciding what to do. To address feedback from stakeholders or customers, this means to listen to the feedback, directly respond to it, and make changes based on what was suggested. Now, some more vocabulary when writing your answer for this is you can say to gather feedback, which is to collect what people think and suggest. Analyze input, look at what everyone said to find patterns and useful ideas. Incorporate suggestions. Use good ideas from people to make the product better. Respond to feedback. Let people know you heard them and tell them how you use their ideas. And finally, prioritize changes. Choose the most important feedback to work on first. So when we answer this question, you have a lot of vocabulary here to give details in your answer. How do we handle customer feedback and user input? Well, one, we start by gathering feedback directly from stakeholders in our sprint review meetings. Two, after collecting it, we analyze the input to identify key themes and actionable insights. Three, we make sure to incorporate suggestions that align with our project's objectives into the next sprint's planning. It's important to respond to stakeholder feedback, so we follow up with them to discuss how their input is being addressed. Lastly, we prioritize changes based on the feedback's importance and urgency, ensuring the most critical updates are implemented first. As you start to build your answers for how do we handle feedback, you have a lot of vocabulary here to give detail. Looking at our next question, what's the timeline for the initial prototype? And different ways we can ask this question. Can you tell me the schedule? Pronunciation, schedule. Schedule for the first prototype's completion. What is the projected time frame for developing the initial prototype? And what is the deadline for the initial prototype? So you have four words here that we see a lot in terms of the deadline and timeline, time frame, okay? Timeline, this is about marking when things should start and when they should finish on a calendar, okay, with dates. Schedule, this is planning exactly when you'll work on different parts of your project. Time frame, this is about how long you have to do something. If you have a week to finish a project, that week is your time frame. Deadline, this is the last day and time you can finish something. If your project needs to be done by Friday at 5 p.m., that's your deadline. So, looking at some example answers with this vocabulary, the schedule for our initial prototype is estimated to be around or about 8 weeks. The timeline is to complete the prototype within or in approximately 2 months. And the deadline for the initial prototype of our supply chain management platform is set at 14 weeks. Now, In the course PDF, you can find an extensive list of questions about project requirements in here with many more questions. And of course, if you have a question or a suggestion for a new lesson, please write me a message. Now, in the next video, as part of a foundation for the course, I'm quickly going to show you the grammar of questions in English to prepare you for the rest of the course. Okay? See you in the next video. Hi guys, in this second video of Module 1, I just want to take a moment now to look at basic question structures. In the rest of the course, I'm going to teach you how to ask questions about software engineering and all of the communication with your product managers, Scrum Master, etc., etc. But I just want to take a moment to talk about the grammar of questions. So I want to show you 7 or 8 basic question structures to help you. Now, again, you can read an extensive list of questions in your course PDF to help you. The first structure is using the word what. What is? Are we, with the present continuous and the verb in the ing? How do we, XYZ, we're asking about processes or our normal routine. How often do we? What is the frequency? How many times a week? How many times a day? How long does it take to, an XYZ? Can you or could you tell me about XYZ? Or what name of technology do we use? And finally, is there or are there? Now again, I just want to quickly look at all these forms. So what questions is, the important thing is, what is our focus? What is our sprint goal? Maybe the most important thing is that the what is will contract to what's. So what is our sprint goal will be what's our sprint goal? What's our strategy for cross-platform development? What's our policy on work from home or remote work? What's the target audience for our application? The next one is the present continuous. Now, this is important because questions in your language, in fact, the majority of languages, you don't change the word order and you don't need the word do, does, or did. That's why we see a lot of questions that people are forgetting a little bit of their basic grammar and they don't change the word order. Are you, are we, are they, right? Because in your language, you don't need to change the order. For example, here, I hear questions like, why you are doing that? It's like, why are you? Where are you? What are you? Etc. And it's all about learning to change the word order. What database management systems are we currently using? Are we focusing on native, hybrid, or web apps? Are we implementing DevOps practices in our project workflows? Are we using any specific methodologies for project management like Kanban or Scrum? The next one is using the word how. Just asking, how do we? The most common again is students forget the word do. And they ask questions like, for example, with this question, how do we ensure or make sure our websites and apps are interactive? One of the most common problems is students will ask, how we make, how we do, it's like, how do we ensure, how do we make sure, okay? How do we track and manage dependencies in our projects? How do we approach API management and design? So again, the most common problem in your questions is to forget the word do. How we approach is how do we approach? This is a very fundamental but important point. The next kind of sentence is about how often. So this is about the frequency. Now the T is silent. Pronunciation is often. How often? How often do we? How often do we update project requirements based on client feedback? How often do we conduct load testing for our applications? How often do we perform security audits for our software? So again, 2 things. The T is silent. How often? And don't forget to use the word do. The next one is talking about how long does it take? Because in software engineering and Scrum teams and sprints, all about how long is it going to take, right? When you look at your grammar, it takes a long time to do it with S. Negative is it doesn't take a long time. And then the question is with does. How long does it take to do it? It's very, very common to see students ask this question, how long it takes Because asking questions in your language is very simple, but we need the word does. How long it take when how long does it take? How long does it take to complete a user story from start to finish? How long does it typically take to get feedback on a submitted code review? How long does it usually take to validate a feature with stakeholders? The next one is using the expressions can or could. Now, could you is a little bit more polite, a little bit more formal way of asking something compared to can you. A simple example is, if I have a boss in English, I will probably use could. If the person is superior to me, I will say like, could you help me? But for example, my mother will simply use can you help me? Because she knows me and she's very familiar to me and she doesn't feel the need to ask, could you? But that's the basic difference. The other basic difference is you need to remember that can and could, the word to does not go with the verb. Could you to tell me? Completely incorrect, okay? So again, it's all about changing the word order. Can you or could you tell me? When it's extremely common to hear students say, you can tell me, you could tell me, forgetting to change the word order. So again, can you tell me? Could you tell me? Could you tell me about the tools we use for managing project tasks and requirements? Can you tell me about our strategy for technical debt management? Can you tell me about our testing and QA processes? The next one is what and the name of technology do we use? So what front-end framework do we use? Again, it's just all about don't forget the word do for questions. What third-party services do we integrate into our application? What version control system do we use? What tools do we use for code analysis? And the last one here is there or are there? It's an extremely important one. There is what we use when it's singular. For example, there is a bug in the code. That means a single bug exists. There are is used when you talk about plural or multiple. There are 3 user stories in the sprint backlog. That means there's 1, 2, 3, multiple. Now again, it's all about changing the word order. There is a problem. There is no problem. Is there a problem? This is how native speakers will ask that question. There are no problems. There are no problems. There are problems, plural. There are no problems, and change the word order, are there problems? Is there a backlog of user stories for the upcoming sprint? Is there a product owner responsible for prioritizing the backlog? Are there any impediments preventing the team from meeting the sprint goal? Are there any blockers that need to be resolved? So again, in the course PDF, as always, you can find an extensive list of questions, more than 90 using these structures, and you can read and learn more. But as you continue with the course, please remember these lessons, because when you start to ask questions in your own Scrum team or working in software development, the form and the structure is important. So in the next lesson, we're going to talk about Agile and Scrum practices using the correct verbs for the Scrum ceremonies and talking about frequency, about how often they happen. See you guys in the next video. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn the communication skill of asking about Agile and Scrum practices. As you know, Agile and Scrum is a big part of software engineering, and you will hear a lot of the verbs and the Scrum ceremonies at different kinds of meetings and the frequency of meetings. So our basic learning objective is the verbs for Scrum ceremonies and the expressions of frequency, talking about how often we have a daily stand-up or a sprint planning, etc. In this dialogue, Taylor is integrating into the team and learning to ask questions about Scrum and Agile. He's talking about the team with fellow developers and product owner Morgan. Listen to the questions about Agile and Scrum in the following dialogue.
We're currently focusing on developing advanced order management and real-time inventory tracking features.
That sounds complex. What's our current sprint focus?
We're enhancing the supplier integration module. It's crucial for automating order placements and tracking performance. Taylor, your expertise in API development will be valuable here. we're looking at optimizing data flow between our platform and external systems.
We have regular sprint planning meetings and retrospectives to discuss progress and challenges.
How often do we meet for these Agile ceremonies?
Daily stand-ups each morning, sprint planning every 2 weeks, and retrospectives at the end of each sprint. During these meetings, we discuss tasks, share updates, and tackle blockers. It's a time for the team to sync up. Feel free to reach out if you need any help with user stories or the business side of things.
Will do. How do we handle stakeholder feedback?
We engage with stakeholders through reviews and demos. Their feedback helps us prioritize and refine our backlog. Our sprints are adaptive, allowing us to pivot or adjust based on feedback or new insights.
So, if we look at the two most important questions here, what's our current sprint focus? And how often do we meet for these Agile ceremonies? Let's look at variations of these questions and how to answer them. What's our current sprint focus? So remember the pronunciation. Some students have a focus. It's focus. Focus. What is the main objective of our current sprint? What's the primary goal for our ongoing sprint? So what's our current sprint focus? Our current sprint is focused on finalizing the UX design and beginning front-end development. What is the main objective of our current sprint? The main objective is to establish a solid foundation for our website's user interface. What's the primary goal for our current sprint? The primary goal is to seamlessly integrate the design and development process. So with this question, let's look at two different variations. What's our current sprint focus? What is the main objective of our current sprint? And what is the primary goal for our ongoing sprint? Now again, current sprint focus, main objective, and primary goal is all extremely similar. So let's see some examples to answer this question with this vocabulary. What's our current sprint focus? Our current sprint is focused on finalizing the UX design and beginning front-end development. What is the main objective of our current sprint? The main objective is to establish a solid foundation for our website's user interface. What's the primary goal for our current sprint? The primary goal is to seamlessly integrate the design and development processes. Now, as we continue with this lesson, let's look at different verbs for Scrum ceremonies in English and understand frequency expressions about Scrum ceremonies. When we look at our Scrum ceremonies or meetings, we have daily stand-up, sprint planning, sprint review, and backlog grooming and refinement. Now, as we look at the different verbs, the number one thing I want to say is that in English, we don't say to make a meeting. You can schedule or create a meeting, but we don't really say make. You can have a meeting, hold a meeting, organize a meeting, conduct a meeting, or facilitate a meeting. We have a lot of different verbs. So to have a meeting, having a meeting is when people come together to talk. To hold a meeting is like organizing it. To conduct a meeting means to lead or run a meeting. Or to facilitate a meeting. Facilitating a meeting is helping it go well. How often do we hold sprint planning meetings? How often do we conduct sprint reviews? How often do we hold sprint retrospectives? How often do we have daily stand-up meetings? How often do we have backlog grooming sessions? So again, we don't use the verb make, but you can use hold, conduct, have, or facilitate. Now, as we look at the frequency expressions, we have daily, which is 7 days a week, or every day, weekly, every week, 52 weeks a year, monthly, which is every month. And you can also say at the start or at the beginning of the sprint, during the sprint or in the middle of the sprint, at the end of the sprint, okay? Before the next sprint starts, before starting the next sprint, okay? Just small expressions to help you. Don't forget the S, sprint starts, or before starting. We can say one time a week or per week. No real difference. I think a week is more common. 2 times a month or 2 times per month. 3 times a month or per month. So if we look at the daily stand-up, the frequency expressions we can use are daily, every day, every weekday, once a day. We conduct a daily stand-up every day. We have a daily stand-up meeting every weekday. We hold a daily stand-up once a day or once per day in the morning. Sprint planning meeting is at the start or the beginning of each sprint, once every sprint, every 2 weeks, or monthly. For example, we conduct a sprint planning meeting at the beginning of each sprint to plan our work. We have a sprint planning meeting once every sprint to ensure a smooth planning process. We hold a sprint planning meeting every 2 weeks to prepare for the upcoming sprint. We organize a sprint planning meeting monthly to set our long-term goals. With the sprint retrospective meeting, we can use 4 different frequency adverbs. We can use 4 different frequency expressions. Immediately after each sprint review, once at the end of each sprint, every 2 to 4 weeks, and following each sprint. Let's see some examples with this vocabulary. We conduct a sprint retrospective immediately after each sprint review to reflect on our performance. We facilitate the sprint retrospective once at the end of each sprint to discuss what went well and what can be improved. We hold a sprint retrospective every 2 to 4 weeks to gather feedback and make adjustments. We have a sprint retrospective concluding each sprint to focus on continuous improvement. With the backlog grooming session, we can use the words weekly, once or twice per sprint, every 1 to 2 weeks during the sprint, or regularly throughout the sprint. So regularly throughout the sprint, regularly throughout the sprint. We conduct a backlog grooming session weekly to keep our backlog organized. We hold a backlog grooming session every 1 to 2 weeks to ensure our backlog is up to date. We organize a backlog grooming session as needed during the sprint to address emerging requirements. We have a backlog grooming session regularly throughout the sprint to maintain a well-prepared backlog. Sprint demo meeting at the end of each sprint, once per sprint, every 2 to 4 weeks depending on sprint length, concurrently with sprint reviews and after each sprint completion. For example, we conduct a sprint demo at the end of each sprint to showcase our completed work. We have a sprint demo after each sprint completion to share our achievements with the team. We facilitate the sprint demo once per sprint or once a sprint to demonstrate our progress to stakeholder. We hold a sprint demo every 2 to 4 weeks, depending on sprint length, to align with our release cycle. Okay guys, this was Scrum practices and the frequency expressions. In the next lesson, I want to talk to you about asking questions about project scope. Thanks for watching, and as always, if you have doubts, questions, or suggestions, please send me a message here on the platform. I'll be very happy to respond. See you guys in the next lesson. Hey guys, in this lesson, the focus or the communication skill is asking about project scope. I want to give you the questions and the vocabulary necessary to talk about the scope of the project or how big or how small it is, okay? In this dialogue, we have product 3, where Taylor's integration into the team, and he's talking about the product with the product owner and different developers. Listen to the following dialogue and listen carefully for the questions about project scope.
Can you give me an overview of the project's vision and scope?
Absolutely. Our vision is to create a user-friendly real estate portal that stands out in the market. We're focusing on providing an intuitive, informative, and interactive experience for both buyers and agents.
What makes our portal stand out from others in the market?
We're integrating advanced features like interactive property maps, mortgage calculators, and a sophisticated AI for property recommendations. Our goal is to make property searching as seamless as possible.
I see. How extensive is the scope in terms of technical architecture?
We're building a robust platform that can handle extensive property listings with high-resolution images and virtual tours. It will be optimized for mobile and adhere to web accessibility standards.
That makes sense. Are there specific challenges or focus areas you anticipate for the development team?
One of our main challenges will be focusing on a smooth user experience despite the heavy data load. We also need to focus on SEO strategies to increase our visibility in search results.
Understood. I'm looking forward to contributing to this project and tackling these challenges.
All right, from the dialogue, we have these 4 basic questions asking about scope. And we're going to see each question one by one, see variations, and some vocabulary of how to answer these questions. So let's see, can you give me an overview of the project's vision and scope? What makes our portal stand out from others in the market? How extensive is the scope in terms of technical architecture? Are there specific challenges or focus areas you anticipate for the development team? Now again, as always, you can find an extensive list of questions inside your course PDF. Now let's look at the first question and some variations. Can you give me an overview? So an overview is a general idea of the project's vision and scope. Can you provide me with a summary of the project's vision and its scope? Could you explain the main idea and the size of the project? So as we look to answer this, or the example answers, we'll look at a little bit of the grammar. Now, what I mean is, if we have the scope includes, if you have a verb after, it must be with ing. Or you could say the scope covers, and then usually it's like a noun or a reference to a name of technology. The vision of this project is to, and the verb, okay? So the scope includes, in the verb ing, the scope includes redesigning. You see ing, if you say here the scope includes redesign, that's not correct. The scope includes redesigning the website with a focus on enhancing user experience, branding, and online sales. The scope includes developing a user-friendly real estate listing interface with advanced search and listing management features. The scope covers, for example, the scope covers business analysts, technical and design requirements, content strategy, and legal compliance. The scope covers user flow mapping, visual design, front-end and back-end development, and database optimization. The vision of this project is to simplify the property search and listing process, making it more accessible and efficient for users. The vision of this project is to revolutionize supply chain management with an intuitive, scalable, and comprehensive platform. What makes our portal stand out from the others in the market? Or what makes our portal special or different? To stand out means to be easily seen, to be special and different, or to be different from the rest. The portal stands out because, or what makes the portal stand out is, our product stands out by offering a custom designed website and development service tailored specifically for handmade crafts and artisan goods stores. Our enterprise level supply chain management platform is special because of its comprehensive integration capabilities and real-time operational visibility. What makes our real estate listing portal different is its user-centric design and functionality. Now, looking at the next question, how extensive is the scope in terms of technical architecture? How big is the technical architecture's scope? How wide-ranging is the technical architecture's scope? Now, if we look at the different words we can use to describe technical architecture, the vocabulary necessary, the technical architecture scope is limited, moderate, substantial, substantial. The technical architecture scope is substantial. The technical architecture scope is extensive. The technical architecture scope is very comprehensive. And the technical architecture scope is immense or vast. Okay? Now, as we answer this question, the technical architecture scope for the website redesign is substantial, encompassing a modern technology stack including HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript, along with a CMS like WordPress or Shopify for content management. The technical architecture scope of the supply chain management platform is very comprehensive, covering a modular architecture for backend development, RESTful APIs for integration, and advanced data encryption for security. The technical architecture scope for the real estate listing portal is extensive, incorporating responsive front-end frameworks for an interactive UI, server-side logic, for efficient data handling, and a scalable database design. Are there specific challenges or focus areas you anticipate for the development team? What particular obstacles or key priorities do you foresee for our development team? Do you expect any specific hurdles or areas of emphasis for the development team during this project? So let's look at these three verbs. We have to anticipate, which means to think of something which might happen in the future and taking action in preparation. To foresee is more about having a vision or a knowledge of something that will happen in the future. To expect is believing that something will happen, often based on evidence or experience. Challenges are hard tasks that need skill to solve. So we have lots of different words here. Challenges, difficulties, problems that make work harder, obstacles, things that block progress, issues, general problems that need fixing. So let's look at some example answers here. For the website redesign project, we anticipate challenges related to achieving seamless integration with current systems, alongside introducing an innovative design. In the development of our supply chain management platform, we expect to encounter difficulties in managing real-time data effectively and ensuring the platform can scale to meet future demands. About our real estate listing portal, we foresee challenges in processing a large volume of property data while also crafting a user interface that is both intuitive and engaging for users. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to look at how to ask questions when you are confused and not sure, when you need to ask for more information to clarify exactly. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video, I want to teach you the communication skill of asking questions for clarification. That means asking questions when you don't understand or when you are confused. Now, as you know, in software engineering, complicated projects, complicated requirements, there are many moments when you will need to ask for clarification. Clarification means to explain, to make clear, to show and make open. In the dialogue for this lesson, we have Alex, who is looking for clarification from his other developers, Kim and the Scrum Master, Jordan. Listen to the following dialogue and listen carefully for different questions that ask for clarification.
I'm reviewing the user stories for the supplier integration module. Some of the technical requirements are not very clear. Could you clarify them for me?
What specifically do you need clarification on?
For the real-time inventory tracking feature, are we pulling data directly from the supplier's systems or through a centralized database?
Good question. We're integrating directly with the supplier's systems using APIs. This allows us to access real-time data without significant delays.
Got it. And what about handling different data formats from various suppliers?
We're planning to use a middleware solution that standardizes the data formats before they are processed by our system.
That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. Another thing, how are we ensuring data security during these integrations?
Data security is a priority. We are using encrypted channels for all data transfers and implementing OAuth for secure authentication.
Getting these clarifications helps me understand the scope better.
Okay, now after the dialogue, let's just look at ways to politely say, I'm confused and I don't understand, okay? Could you clarify this point for me? Clarify is an important verb. Or I'm a little confused about this module. Now, some expressions to describe when something is not clear, you can say some of the technical requirements are not very clear. Some of the technical requirements are not clear to me. And usually if you have a sentence like not clear to me, it's the end of the sentence. Because if you have this next sentence, some of the technical requirements are not clear enough for me to continue. So careful with the combination of for me to in the verb. For me to continue. To be confused about something. So it's important the pronunciation here. I know you can see ed at the end of the word, but really it's confused. Confused. Okay? Zd at the end. So confused is a feeling or an emotion. Confusing is a characteristic. So confused is the idea I don't understand. Confusing is the idea this situation or person is hard to understand. For example, I'm confused about, so careful with the pronunciation of about. It's about, not a boot or a bought, nothing. I'm confused about some of the technical requirements. I'm a little confused about some of the technical requirements. Or I'm just a little confused about. So really the combination is to be confused about. And it's important to understand this is incorrect. It's not possible to say I'm confusing about or I'm a little confusing, because remember, to be confused is a feeling or an emotion, and confusing is for things or this characteristic of the situation. For example, I feel confused about the technical requirements, or the technical requirements are confusing. To clarify something or to get clarification. Look at the pronunciation. Clarify. It's not clarify. Clarify. To clarify. Now, it's important to understand that we don't use this in English in the reflexive. You will never see a sentence, can you clarify me? Because it's possible in translation in other languages. Can you clarify this requirement? That's enough. You don't need to say, can you clarify me, right? So can you clarify the software specifications? Can you clarify the API endpoints? So again, it's incorrect to say, can you clarify me? And a different variation, different verb, can you clarify some of the technical requirements? And could you clear up some of the technical requirements? To clarify, to clear up. Clear up means to make something easier to understand or to solve a problem. Could you clear up what specific performance metrics our application should meet under the peak load conditions? Can you clear up how the user authentication process should handle multiple simultaneous logins from different devices? Now, in this next point, let's look at when you have two possible options and you're not sure about which action to take. Two options, two different actions. Two potential different ways to complete a task. And let's look at how we create this sentence. For possibility A, for the name of technology, are we verb ing in the present continuous, or are we verb ing? Now remember, it's always important with present continuous in questions, change the word order. You must change the order of the words. Next possibility is in the present simple. For the name of the technology, do we verb or do we verb? Now, okay, let's see some examples. For the website redesign, are we integrating the e-commerce platform using Shopify, or are we custom building product management features? For the website redesign, do we prioritize responsive design for mobile optimization, or do we emphasize enhancing the user experience through interactive UI elements. Now look closely here. One of the most common problems with students asking questions in the present continuous is forgetting to change the word order. You can see the incorrect version here. We are integrating, or it doesn't sound completely correct. And here, for example, some students completely forget to use do and does in the present simple to ask questions. So careful with that. And another example here, for the supply chain management platform, are we implementing real-time inventory tracking through direct API integrations with suppliers, or are we aggregating data in a centralized analytics dashboard? For the supply chain management platform, do we focus on automating order management processes, or do we streamline supplier-vendor integration for enhanced collaboration? All right, so let's look at some of the questions from the dialogue and some different variations of those. And what about handling different data formats from various suppliers? How do we deal with different data formats provided by various suppliers? Or what's our approach to handling diverse data formats from multiple suppliers? Those three verbs, to handle, to deal, to approach, are very similar. Now, as we look at vocabulary to answer this question, we have to normalize data, which is make data look the same way, to standardize data, make data follow the same rules, or to cleanse. So clean, cleanse. The verb is different. To cleanse data is to clean or fix mistakes. So, for example, to manage diverse supplier data for our website redesign, we'll normalize data for consistency, cleanse inaccuracies and duplicates, and use schema mapping to integrate all supplier data seamlessly. For our supply chain platform, we'll standardize supplier data through normalization, ensure data integrity via validation and cleansing, and integrate all data with schema mapping for real-time insights and decision making. In our real estate portal, we'll normalize property details for uniform listings, validate and cleanse data for accuracy, and integrate listings from various sources using schema mapping, enhancing user search experience. Looking at the next question, as we were asking about clarifying questions, how are we ensuring, so ensure is to guarantee, to check, or to make sure, how are we ensuring data security during these integrations? What measures are we taking to secure data during these integrations? How do we guarantee data security throughout these integration processes? So as we look at to build an answer for this question, we can use the vocabulary to use encrypted channels, to enhance data security, to incorporate role-based access control. And some examples here. We're using encrypted channels for all data transfers and implementing OAuth for secure authentication. To enhance data security, we're implementing token-based authentication for all integration endpoints. We are incorporating rule-based access control mechanisms into our integration architecture. Okay guys, that ends this lesson about asking for clarification. We looked very carefully at all the different questions you can use to start asking questions in your next Scrum meeting or in your Scrum team. In the next video, I want to teach you how to ask questions about the tech stack as a new software engineer. What are the questions and vocabulary you need to ask the right questions to understand the tech stack. See you guys in the next video. Hey guys, in this video, I want to help you learn how to ask questions about the tech stack, especially when you are new in the job, the essential questions you need to understand everything about the tech stack. So in the dialogue for this lesson, Evelyn is talking with her fellow developer, Charlie, asking questions about the tech stack. Listen carefully for the questions in the dialogue about the tech stack.
I'm just trying to get a better understanding of our tech stack for the website redesign. Can you walk me through our main technologies?
Sure, Evelyn. We're mainly using HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript. For the front end, we decided on React because of its component-based architecture, which is great for our dynamic content needs.
That makes sense. Are we using any specific libraries or frameworks with React?
Yes, we're incorporating Redux for state management and React Router for navigation. We also use SAS for more efficient CSS coding.
Got it. And what about the back end? Are we integrating with any CMS?
We're going with a headless CMS approach, potentially with Contentful. It gives us more flexibility with our front-end design and is great for content management.
Okay, what's our approach to responsive design and accessibility?
For responsive design, we're focusing on a mobile-first approach. Accessibility is also key, so we're ensuring compliance with WCAG standards.
Are there any specific development tools or environments we're using?
We're using Visual Studio Code as our primary IDE. For version control, we've chosen Git and GitHub for collaboration. We're also setting up a CI/CD pipeline using Jenkins.
So, as we see here, these are the 4 most important questions from the dialogue. Can you walk me through our main technologies? Are we using any specific libraries or frameworks with React? What about the backend? Are we integrating with any CMS? Are there any specific development tools or environments we are using? So let's see these questions one by one. With our first question, walk through is an extremely popular verb or phrasal verb in software engineering. It means to explain step by step. And it's extremely common when in a meeting, the Scrum Master or tech lead or product owner or whatever needs to explain step by step. Can you walk me through our main technologies? Through means going from one side to another or finishing something, right? To go through a tunnel, to walk through the park. Now, I throw is what this little kid is doing. You see this action to throw something? The past of throw is through, and the pronunciation of through and through is exact same. Because I know you can see the UGH, but the pronunciation is not throch or through. 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 Walk me through. Can you walk me through the new user stories? Can someone walk me through the automated testing process? Could you walk the team through the main points of the feedback from the stakeholders? Next question we're looking at here is, are we using any specific libraries or frameworks? Now in the dialogue, we can see React, but obviously the question could just be, are we using any specific libraries or frameworks with the language? What specific libraries or frameworks are we using? Are there specific libraries or frameworks we're using? Okay. Now, as we continue, let's look at some interesting verbs. You can use to use and the name of a free framework, to utilize and the name of a framework, or to employ. They're very, very similar. So for example, yes, we use Redux with React for state management. Yes, we utilize React Router for navigation within our application. Yes, we employ Material UI for React to enhance our UI design. Use, utilize, employ. 3 very common verbs. So let's look at the next question. What about the front end, or what about the back end? And for the front end, are we using any specific technologies? Or for the back end, are we using any specific technologies? When we look at front end and back end, there's 1 or 2 common grammar errors or problems. The number one thing with front end and back end is you almost always use the. Now, I know that the article the does not exist in every language, so this is a useful time to understand that here, this is a common error here. Back end is responsible. The back end. The front end integration has been completed. So one of the most common errors we hear and see is to forget to use the. Now, the next idea is you want to use in for the back end because it's inside the software where you can't see, and on for the front end because it's the only part you can see and use. Now, don't get too stressed about in and on. Please don't get angry and say, this doesn't make sense. Prepositions don't make sense. Relax, just learn this basic rule. In for the back end, on for the front end. Data processing occurs in the back end. We implemented new features in the back end. The new design is visible on the front end, and user interactions happen on the front end. 2 basic rules. use the word the backend, the front end, and it's in the backend on the front end. And this is where we have these questions here. What about the backend? What's happening with the backend? How about the backend, right? Are there any specific technologies or databases we're using? For the front-end development, we're using Bootstrap and jQuery to ensure responsive design and enhanced user experience. For the backend, we're incorporating WordPress as our content management system to streamline content updates. For the backend, we're relying on Node.js and Express.js for building robust APIs. Furthermore, we're using React.js for the user interface and D3.js for advanced data visualization within the application. On the front end, we're employing Angular for building a responsive and dynamic user interface. For the back end, we're utilizing Django, a Python-based framework known for its versatility and security features. Looking at the next question, talking about content management systems. Some of the questions you can ask is, are we integrating with any CMS? Are we planning any integrations with a CMS? Do we have any CMS integrations in the pipeline? There are always little variations on the same question. Now, again, it's really important to understand it's to integrate with. We don't say on, into, no. To integrate with. Are we integrating with any CMS? Yes, we are integrating with WordPress as our CMS for this website project. We are considering integrating with Shopify as our CMS option. We've integrated with Django CMS to simplify content management and updates for property listings and blog posts. Looking at the next question. Are there any specific development tools or environments we're using? Are we using any particular development tools or environments? Do we have specific development tools or environments in use? What specific development tools or environments are we employing? Now, as we start to answer this question, let's look at the pronunciation. IDE, okay? I for iPhone, E for email. IDE. Slowly. IDE. Integrated Development Environment. Okay, slowly. First word. Integrated. Developed. So with developed, the strong syllable is the second syllable. Developed. A lot of students have developed. Development is developed. Development, okay? And the next one's environment. Environment, okay? Now, as you talk about what is your most important IDE, we have three parts of vocabulary. Our main IDE, primary IDE, and our go-to IDE. For example, our main IDE is Visual Studio Code. The primary IDE is IntelliJ IDEA. Our go-to IDE for web development is Sublime Text. We use Visual Studio Code as our main IDE. It helps us integrate easily with CMS for updating listings and blog posts. IntelliJ IDEA is our primary IDE. It facilitates back-end development, enabling us to adopt frameworks and integrate with APIs efficiently. Sublime Text is our go-to IDE for front-end development. It streamlines creating a responsive interface and optimizing performance. Okay guys, that ends the first module of this course. In the next module, we're going to start talking about all different things, more about responsibilities and all different ideas. Thanks for watching guys. As always, any comments, questions or suggestions, please send me a question or a message here on the platform. I'm always happy to help. See you guys in the next lesson. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about asking questions about specific responsibilities. As a software engineer, you need to know your responsibilities. And we're going to see in this dialogue where Emily, who recently joined the team, is having a one-on-one session with her mentor, Brian, talking about her responsibilities. Listen to the following dialogue and listen to the questions about specific responsibilities.
Welcome to the team. I'm excited to get you up to speed on our project.
Thank you. I'm anxious to learn about my role and how I can contribute.
Great! You're joining us at a crucial time. We're in the process of redesigning a website for a handmade crafts and artisan goods store. Our main focus is on enhancing the user experience and ensuring the site reflects the unique character of the store.
Okay, what are my specific responsibilities?
Your primary role will be in front-end development. We're focusing on creating a responsive, accessible design that aligns with the brand identity of the store. You'll be working with HTML5, CSS3, and React to build a dynamic interface.
Am I going to work on other parts of the project as well?
Absolutely. You'll also be a part of the team working on the user interface, the UI design. This includes developing wireframes, creating interactive elements like hover effects on product images, and optimizing the checkout process to minimize steps and reduce cart abandonment.
And what about the technical aspects like performance optimization?
Performance optimization is critical. You are going to focus on ensuring the site is fast, responsive, and scalable. This includes optimizing image loading, ensuring cross-browser compatibility, and adhering to accessibility standards.
Okay, here are the 3 questions we're going to study and analyze talking about different responsibilities. What are my specific responsibilities? Am I going to work on other parts of the project as well? And what about the technical aspects like performance optimization? Let's look in more detail at this question and possible variations. What are my specific responsibilities? What am I responsible for specifically? What jobs do I need to do? What tasks do I need to handle? To handle is to do or to manage or take care of. And what are my main duties or responsibilities? Duties is also possible, maybe a little bit more formal. First, let's look at the pronunciation, okay? Now look closely. Specific responsibilities. Now, the important thing is that with the word specific, the last syllable goes specific. It's an ik sound, not specific. Specific. Next word, responsibilities. So careful with the responsibilities. No, responsibilities. Be careful. The next one is specifically responsible. So slowly. Specifically responsible. Specific responsibilities, specifically responsible. Now, the next part is looking at the verb and ing, or what we call in English grammar, the gerund. For example, your main responsibility is verb ing. For example, your main responsibility is developing the backend. Or you are mainly responsible for, now again, if you have the word for, you must have the verb and ing. You are mainly responsible for developing the backend. In both cases, for example, your main responsibility is developing the backend. If you say your main responsibility is develop, this is incorrect, okay? So the 2 questions that you need to learn to ask, what are my specific responsibilities? Or what am I specifically responsible for? Now, it's important to understand that in the answer to this question, we also have the verb ing. For example, 2 expressions here. This includes verb ing. Your responsibilities include verb ing. So 5 examples or 5 generic examples of responsibilities of software engineers are developing software, collaborating with teams, maintaining code bases, reviewing code, documenting processes. So, for example, your main responsibility is developing software. This includes creating new features and fixing bugs. Close attention to the verb ing forms. Your main responsibility is collaborating with teams. This includes working closely with designers, developers, and stakeholders. Your main responsibility is maintaining code bases. This includes refactoring and optimizing existing code. Your main responsibility is reviewing code. You are mainly responsible for maintaining code quality and functionality. Your main responsibility is documenting processes. This includes creating and updating technical documentation. So the next question we have here is, am I going to work on other parts of the project? And different variations are as well. Am I going to work on other parts of the project too? And the next one, we have an expression, a phrasal verb. Am I going to help out with different parts as well? Help out is a useful phrasal verb that we see a lot in software engineering and working in teams in general. The idea to help out means to help someone, often in a situation where help is needed to complete a task or solve a problem. It's usually the idea that you help out when you see another team member is having problems. And you go, oh, I can help you, I can help out. Now, some vocabulary for our examples. Optimize and improve system performance. So the pronunciation, optimize, not optimize, but optimize and improve system performance. Engage and discuss with stakeholders, and collaborate with other teams. Some examples. You'll have chances to work on various parts, particularly in optimizing and improving system performance. You'll engage and discuss projects with stakeholders apart from your normal tasks, offering valuable perspectives and fostering collaboration across teams. You will help out by collaborating with other teams, helping to refine different project areas. With time, your role will evolve, including engaging with stakeholders and optimizing systems. The next question, what about technical aspects like performance optimization? And one possible variation is the verb tackle. How are we planning to tackle the technical side, like optimizing for faster performance? Now, the word tackle actually sort of maybe comes from sport, kind of like rugby or football, where the person tackles. But it's really about the idea like to start to do it, to approach, to look for ways to do something. Now, 4 key verbs for our examples. To implement, to optimize, to conduct, and to adopt. Now, to implement is to put a plan or idea into action. And we see this a lot. Implement new features, implement new deployments, implement all kinds of things, software engineering. To optimize is to make something as good as possible. And always be careful of the pronunciation. Optimize. To conduct is to complete a task or experiment. And to adopt is to start using something new. For example, to implement caching strategies and lazy loading of images. To optimize database queries and compress front-end assets. So careful with the pronunciation of queries. You can see the spelling here. Query, queries. To conduct code profiling and remove unnecessary dependencies. To adopt asynchronous programming and server-side rendering. Let's see some examples. We plan to enhance performance by implementing caching and employing lazy loading of images, reducing load time and data fetching. We're focusing on optimizing database queries and compressing front-end assets to improve efficiency and load times. Our approach includes code profiling to remove bottlenecks and adopting asynchronous programming to speed up our system. Okay guys, that ends this video. In the next video, I'm going to talk about design and testing tools used in the project. See you in the next video, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, I'm going to help you understand about asking about design and testing tools used in the project. So in this dialogue, we have Stan talking to Mike and QA engineer Jenna, where he is being introduced to the design and testing tools. Listen to the following dialogue to hear the different questions or discussion about design and testing tools.
Hey, today I'm going to walk you through the tools we use for our supply chain platform's design. We start with Figma for our UI/UX designs. It's a collaborative interface design tool. You can see real-time edits and leave feedback directly on the design drafts.
Are the designs then handed over to the development team?
Exactly. We use Zeppelin for handoff. It helps bridge the gap between designers and developers by providing specs, assets, and code snippets.
What about the testing tools?
Hi, I'm the QA engineer. For testing, we use a combination of manual and automated tools. Selenium is our go-to for automated testing, especially for regression and functional tests.
I've worked with Selenium before. Do we integrate it with any CI/CD tools?
Yes, we integrate Selenium tests into our Jenkins pipeline. It helps us automate the testing process as part of continuous integration.
What about performance and load testing?
For performance, we rely on JMeter. It's great for load testing and analyzing performance metrics. Understanding how the system behaves under stress is crucial for our platform.
Agreed. Are there any specific practices we follow during the QA phase?
Definitely. We emphasize test-driven development, TDD. So, you'll be expected to write tests before the actual code. It's a bit challenging, but great for ensuring quality.
Okay, these are the 5 questions now that I want to analyze and explore and really help you understand for this lesson. Are the designs then handed over to the development team? What about the testing tools? Do we integrate it with any CI/CD tools? What about performance and load testing? Are there any specific practices we follow during the QA phase? Let's see this first question. Are the designs then handed over to the development team? Are the designs passed on? So careful with the pronunciation. The pronunciation is passed, not passed, passed on. Do we then transfer the designs to the development team? So let's look at this critical phrasal verb or expression here for software engineering. Hand over. It means to give from one person or a group to another so they can use it or work on it. For example, user stories can be handed over from the product owner to the development team. When a developer completes a task or implements a feature, they can hand over their code changes to the quality assurance team for testing. Now, we have a lot of examples of different things that you can hand over. Product owner hands over user stories to the development team. A developer hands over code changes to the QA team. A designer hands over designs to the development team. Product manager hands over project plans to the team. A team lead hands over tasks to team members. A client hands over requirements to the product owner. Now, it's important to understand that we can use it in 2 different ways, as in a simple verb, like here, a client or a team hands over, or the team hands over. But you also see it in the passive voice, handed over, as in user stories can be handed over. And this is just another way to show that the focus is on the thing, that used in the passive voice to indicate the action is done to the user story by someone. For example, user stories are handed over to the development team by the product owner. Code changes are handed over to the QA team by a developer. Designs are handed over to the development team by a designer. Project plans are handed over to the team by the project manager. Tasks are handed over to team members by the team lead. Requirements are handed over to the product owner by a client. It's really just another variation in how we can use this verb. Some examples. Yes, the designs are handed over to the development team. Specifically, the designer hands over the final designs to the developers. The designs are handed over to the development team once the UI/UX designs are finalized. They are handed over from the designers to the development team. The designer hands over the completed designs to the developers. This process includes providing all necessary design assets and specifications to make sure the developers can build the interface. Next question, what about the testing tools? Which testing tools are we going to use? What are the tools we use for testing? Which tools do we use for testing? Again, just variations on the same question. Now, some essential verbs to talk about testing tools. Employ is choosing a tool because it's perfect for a specific job. Use means doing tests with a tool in the normal way it's meant to be used. Implement is integrating a new tool into our system to expand our testing capabilities, like detecting errors. Utilize is making the most of a tool's features to improve our testing. And finally, rely on. When you rely on a testing tool, it means depending heavily on a tool for important tests. Let's see some examples. We can use JMeter to test if our website can handle a lot of visitors at once. We employ Selenium to check our website looks good in all browsers. We implement OWASP ZAP to find security risks in our website before anyone else does. We utilize Postman to make sure all parts of our web service are working correctly, using its variety of testing features. We rely on Jest to make sure every single part of our code does exactly what it's supposed to. Okay, let's look at the next question. Do we integrate it with any CI/CD tools? Now, careful with the pronunciation, so practice slowly. CI/CD. Continuous integration, continuous deployment. Do we connect it to any CI/CD tools for integration, or is it integrated with any specific CI/CD tools? So really the two verbs we're looking at is to connect with or integrate with, and then we can also use the passive voice to say it's integrated with or it's connected with. So careful with the pronunciation. Integrated. Integrated with or it's connected to. Yes, we integrate this website with Jenkins as our CI/CD tool. We're connecting it to GitLab CI/CD. Yes, we integrate it with CircleCI as our CI/CD tool. Okay, let's look at the next question. What's our approach to performance and load testing? Interesting word, the word approach, because it really talks about the way you start to do something. Or what plans do we have performance and load testing? How do we plan to tackle performance and load testing? When talking about performance and load testing, here are some essential verbs. To simulate. Simulate is to create a model or replication of a process. To identify, to recognize or determine the presence of something. Optimize, to make the best or most effective use of our situation or resource. Now, another key part of vocabulary here is performance bottlenecks. Bottleneck literally means what you can see in this image. It's the part of the bottle where the water does not flow so easily. And the idea of a performance bottleneck is parts of a software system where things slow down because too many tasks are processed at once. A performance bottleneck. So let's see some examples. We simulate high user traffic with tools like Apache JMeter to identify performance bottlenecks. LoadRunner helps us optimize platform performance by simulating real-world heavy usage. Using Gatling, we assess system response and scalability by simulating different usage scenarios. So let's look at the next question. Are there any specific practices we follow during the QA phase? Do we have any particular practices in place? In place means ready there to use for the QA phase. Are there certain practices we adhere to in the QA process? So careful the pronunciation of the word adhere. We've got Add, and the H has a millisecond of exhalation. Adhere to. Are there specific protocols we follow during the quality assurance phase? So looking at some important verbs and vocabulary. Perform manual testing, conduct automated testing, utilize test cases, adopt testing frameworks, ensure code quality. Aesthetic appeal means visual beauty or visual attractiveness. Aesthetic means something you can see. Appeal means like it's cool, it's nice, it's asking you to come. Aesthetic appeal. Aesthetic appeal. Manual testing. Manual testing. Automated testing. Always be careful where the strong syllable is in the word. Resilience. Resilience. So let's see some examples. During the QA phase, we conduct automated testing to ensure all features work correctly across different browsers and devices. We conduct manual testing to thoroughly means comprehensive or in great detail, to thoroughly check user experience aspects, focusing on the website aesthetic appeal and navigation. We utilize detailed test cases to assess the platform's functionality and resilience under real-world conditions. So resilience is the ability for the website to handle or take the traffic. Adopting comprehensive testing frameworks helps us ensure code quality, performance, and scalability. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about understanding code quality in the product, asking about code standards and best practices. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, I want to help you understand about asking about coding standards and best practices. I want to give you the best vocabulary and pronunciation tips to ask these questions in your meetings as a software engineer. So, in this dialogue where Nadia is talking to Tom and Ivan, and they are talking about code quality, listen to the following dialogue and listen to the questions or expressions about code quality and best practices, okay?
What are the key aspects of code quality here?
First, readability is essential. Your code should be clean and easy to understand. We use meaningful variable names and maintain a consistent coding style.
How about testing and debugging practices?
Here, we work with test-driven development. Writing tests before your actual code helps catch bugs early and ensures you write only necessary code.
And regarding debugging, it's important to write code that's easy to debug. We often use logging and breakpoints during development to understand the flow and catch issues.
Got it. What tools do we use for version control and code reviews?
We use Git for version control. For code reviews, we utilize GitHub pull requests. It's a collaborative process where team members comment and suggest improvements on new code submissions.
And I'd add that performance is another critical aspect. We constantly monitor performance metrics and optimize code to ensure the website runs smoothly and efficiently.
How do we ensure consistency in coding standards across the team?
We have a set of coding guidelines documented. Plus, during code reviews, we ensure everyone adheres to these standards. It's a team effort.
Okay, these are the 4 questions from the dialogue that we're going to analyze in great detail. What are the key aspects of code quality here? How about testing and debugging practices? What tools do we use for version control and code reviews? And how do we ensure consistency in coding standards across the team? So let's look at this question and variations of the same question. What are key aspects of code quality here? What are the essential elements of code quality in this context? And what are the essential aspects for code quality here? So let's look at some essential vocabulary or words to describe code. You can say clean code, readable code. Now listen to the pronunciation. Readable, readable, readable code. Efficient code. So efficient means it works well. Efficient, efficient. Well organized. So careful with the end of the word organize. Organized. Not organized, organized. Maintainable code. So again, careful with the syllable. Maintainable code. Maintainable code. Easy to read code. So those are simple expressions to use. The key aspects of code quality here are that it is clean, readable, and efficient. Ensuring the code is clean and easy to read helps other developers quickly understand it. In this context, the essential elements of code quality include being well organized, maintainable, and easy to read. This ensures that the code structure is logical, making it straightforward to maintain. The important aspects for code quality here involve having maintainable, efficient, and well-organized code. Maintaining a clear and organized structure allows for easier updates and modifications. So let's look at the next question. How about testing and debugging practices? What about our testing and debugging methods? How do we approach testing and debugging in our workflow? Are there specific practices we follow for testing and debugging? So if we look at different vocabulary or different important words to answer this question or to start to answer. Well-defined, so again, careful with the pronunciation, defined, not defined, well-defined testing and debugging practices, robust testing and debugging practices, clear testing and debugging practices, reliable testing and debugging practices. So again, reliable, reliable. And again, more vocabulary here is identify any issues. For example, additionally, we conduct end-to-end testing with Cypress to ensure smooth user flows and utilize debugging to identify any issues. So identify any issues is find or detect problems. In place means it's established and ready to use. We have robust testing and debugging methods in place. So to say you have something in place, it means it's ready and established. For example, a well-organized or good software team, they already know the testing and debugging methods. The methods are in place. So some examples. We have well-defined testing and debugging practices in place for this project. Our front-end developers use Jest for unit testing to ensure each component works correctly. Additionally, we perform end-to-end testing with Cypress to identify any issues. We conduct clear testing and debugging practices using JUnit for unit tests and Postman for API tests. Debugging involves log analysis, Splunk monitoring, and code profiling to identify and resolve performance issues, ensuring high code quality. We have robust testing and debugging methods in place for the real estate listing portal. Load testing with Gatling ensures performance, while API testing with Newman maintains data integrity. Automated error reporting and alerts via Airbrake help us identify and fix issues efficiently, ensuring reliable code quality. Let's look at the next question. What tools do we use for version control and code reviews? And what tools are part of our version control and code review toolkit? Now, I put the word do in blue here because when students ask questions, the most common error is to forget to use the word do. What tools we use? What tools do we use? So as we look at different vocabulary, we have pull request. So careful with the U, it's pull, no, not pull request, but pull request, which is a request to review and merge code changes into a main project. Careful with the pronunciation of the word merge. Can you hear the sound at the end? Merge. To review and merge code changes into a main project. Submit pull requests. So again, with the syllable, the last syllable, submit. Not submit, submit. Pull requests, which means to send your code changes for review and approval. Merge changes, to combine different sets of code into one. Merge. Track changes, to keep a record of modifications made to the code. So let's look at some examples with this vocabulary. We rely on Git for version control using GitHub for repository management. For code reviews, we use GitHub's pull request system, which allows developers to submit pull requests, reviewed code, and merge changes after approval. Our version control system is Git, hosted on Bitbucket. For code reviews, we use Bitbucket's pull request feature, enabling developers to submit code, request reviews, provide feedback, and merge branches. In this project, we use Git for version control and host our repositories on GitHub. We rely on GitHub's pull request functionality for code reviews, which lets developers submit changes, perform code reviews, and track changes before merging. So always careful with the pronunciation of merge, before merging. So it's j sound. The next question is, how do we ensure consistency in coding standards across the team? Are there specific practices we follow to achieve consistency in coding standards among team members? So as we look at key vocabulary for here, we have one very important verb, especially when it's about rules or guidelines, which is adhere. So the first syllable is add, not so strong, not aid, no, it's add. And with the H, there's a mini second of exhalation. Adhere. One more time. Adhere. And it's always adhere to something. Adhere to standards means follow the set coding rules and guidelines. Adhere basically means the exact same thing as follow. Conduct code reviews. Check the code carefully to make sure it meets the standards. Use automated tools, which is use software to automatically check for coding mistakes. Provide training. Now, provide is the same as give. You can say give training, but provide is like, offer workshops or sessions to teach team members about coding standards. And training sessions are extremely common with software engineers. Now, some examples. We maintain consistency in coding standards by adhering to standards, following a detailed style guide for coding conventions. We conduct code reviews to ensure compliance and provide regular training through workshops to keep the team updated. To ensure consistency, we adhere to standards in our coding style guide, covering indentation, naming conventions, and organization. Mandatory code reviews focus on functionality and adherence to guidelines, and we provide training sessions to keep the team informed. We maintain consistency by adhering to standards in our coding style guide. During code reviews, the team checks adherence to these standards and addresses deviations. Additionally, we use automated tools to check for mistakes and provide regular training to keep everyone updated. Okay guys, that ends this section of the course. In the next section, we're going to look more at requirements gathering and many other lessons. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to see vocabulary and questions and a dialogue asking questions about project requirements. Requirements are an important part of being a software engineer. As you know, they can change quickly, and you need to ask questions about your project requirements. In this dialogue, we have Emily talking to Sean and Liam, and they're talking about project requirements and technical considerations. So listen to the following dialogue, look at the different questions and vocabulary about specific requirements and technical considerations.
What specific requirements are we targeting?
I've conducted some market research. Our primary goal is to enhance the user experience to increase engagement and sales. This includes a clean design, intuitive navigation, and showing the uniqueness of the crafts.
Are we considering any particular technologies or platforms?
We're thinking about using a flexible platform like WordPress or Shopify, considering their wide range of e-commerce functionalities. For technology, HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript are our primary choices.
What about the mobile responsiveness and accessibility aspects?
Mobile responsiveness is non-negotiable. A significant portion of our audience accesses the site via mobile devices. We need to comply with WCAG standards to make sure that the site is accessible to all.
Okay, that makes sense. And about the product categories, how are we planning to structure them?
We want to categorize products in a way that's easy for users to navigate and find what they're looking for. This might involve detailed profiling of our target audience to understand their browsing and purchasing behaviors.
So these are the three questions that we're going to look at in detail. What specific requirements are we targeting? Are we considering any particular technologies or platforms? What about the mobile responsiveness and accessibility aspects? So as we look at this question and we have the verb targeting, let's look at different variations and different verbs we can use. What specific requirements are we targeting? What specific requirements are we aiming for? And can you tell me about the specific requirements that we are focusing on? So as we look at these three verbs, we have to target, and they are extremely similar. To target is almost like with a gun, and it's choosing requirements to work on. To aim for is setting goals to reach requirements. And to focus on is paying attention to requirements. Now, the important thing about the word focus is the first syllables. Focus, not fo or focus, something like that are different, but it's focus. Focus. Now, the next one is require. So you really have this like require, require, requirement. Okay, practice slowly. Requirement. Now, require needs the or sound, which means you put the tongue flat in your mouth. The tip is curling up a little bit, require, to the top of the mouth, but not touching. And the vocal cords are like require. So it's the tongue is up, tip is curling, and not touching the roof of your mouth. Require. I know for some nationalities this is more difficult than others, but I recommend you practice a little bit every day. For example, I practice the or sound in Spanish, every single day because it's not natural for me as an English speaker. Now, as we look at the different kinds of requirements, we've got user experience and design requirements. So experience and design requirements. Technical and platform requirements. Accessibility and mobile responsiveness requirements. Content and categorization requirements. So content categorization requirements. So with the question, what specific requirements are we targeting? We're aiming for improved navigation and aesthetic appeal, ensuring a highly engaging user experience throughout the site. We're targeting using WordPress or Shopify, along with HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript for robust e-commerce functionality. We're focusing on ensuring mobile responsiveness and strict WCAG compliance for accessibility to all users. We are focusing on categorizing products intuitively, making it easy for users to navigate and find what they need quickly. With the next question, are we considering any particular technologies or platforms? Do we have any particular technologies or platforms we are thinking about? Are there specific technologies or platforms we're looking into or researching? Now, as we look at this here, they're extremely similar, the three verbs: considering, looking into, you can say investigating or thinking about. Now, look carefully at the ing. So in the bottom three, you can see the red writing with the line through it. This is incorrect. Considering, using, looking into, using. We're thinking about using. So the other idea is, why do you want to use this technology for this requirement? What is the reason, or why do you need it? When you want to explain what technology you want to use and why you need it for the requirements. Let's look at 6 different words or different adjectives to describe different technologies to answer the question why you want to use this technology for this requirement. Robust, flexible, scalable, modular, responsive, interactive. Let's see each word in more detail, one by one. Robust. So careful with the pronunciation, not robust, robust. Definition is strong and reliable. Flexible. Again, flexible. Flexible. Easily adaptable to different conditions. Scalable. Able to grow and handle increased demand. Modular. Modular. Made up of separate parts that can be combined. Responsive. Reacts quickly and positively to input or changes. Interactive. Interactive. Allows for active engagement and feedback. So let's look at some examples. We are looking into modular architectures and RESTful APIs for backend development. For database management, we are considering scalable solutions like MySQL or PostgreSQL. We are considering WordPress and Shopify for their robust e-commerce functionalities and flexibility. We're also looking into HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript for front-end development. We are thinking about using frameworks like React or Angular for a responsive and interactive user interface, along with a robust backend using Node.js or Django. For the database, we're considering MongoDB or MySQL. Okay, looking at the next question. What about the mobile responsiveness and accessibility aspects? How are we addressing mobile responsiveness and accessibility aspects? What steps are we taking to ensure mobile responsiveness and accessibility? So as we look at the different words here, mobile responsiveness means it works well on mobile devices. Accessibility standards, which is the basic rules to help people with disabilities use a website. User experience, which I think you all know. How easy is it to use the site? And compatibility. So again, compatibility, just like accessibility. So again, let's look at the pronunciation. Responsiveness, responsiveness. Accessibility, accessibility. Compatibility. Okay? So, as we look at what verbs we can use with this vocabulary, ensure mobile responsiveness, comply with accessibility standards, optimize user experience, and test on different devices. So let's look at some examples. We'll ensure mobile responsiveness by optimizing the layout and functionality for various screen sizes. We also comply with accessibility standards, following WCAG guidelines to make the site accessible to everyone, including those with disabilities. To optimize user experience, we'll design the site for a seamless interaction on all devices. Regular testing on different devices will confirm compatibility. For our real estate listing portal, mobile responsiveness and accessibility standards are top priorities. We aim to optimize user experience by designing a site that works well on all devices and complies with WCAG standards. Extensive testing across multiple devices will ensure compatibility and accessibility. Now, as we look at the word here, by, when we have an expression by plus verb plus ing, by means through doing or using. It shows how something is done or achieved. When you have the word by with a verb, it must be by verb ing. For example, we aim to optimize user experience by designing a site. And you can see here, we aim to optimize user experience by design a site is incorrect. Now I can understand, but grammatically it's incorrect. We'll ensure mobile responsiveness by optimizing the layout and functionality. And in the next example, we can see that by optimize is incorrect. Okay guys, that ends this video. In the next video, we're going to learn about asking about the strategic goals of the project and how they translate into technical requirements. See you there, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about asking about the strategic goals of the project, talking about strategy and all the questions and vocabulary related to this. In the following dialogue, you're going to see several team members talk about the strategic goals of the project and how they translate into technical requirements. Listen to the following dialogue and listen carefully for the questions about the strategic goals of the project.
As a senior stakeholder, my main concern is how the portal addresses the evolving needs of real estate buyers and agents. We need to make sure our platform offers comprehensive and user-friendly features.
From a development standpoint, what specific features should we prioritize to ensure our platform is comprehensive and user-friendly?
The search functionality is a top priority. It should be powerful but user-friendly, allowing detailed filters and easy navigation. We also want to integrate interactive maps and virtual tours to enhance the user experience, which aligns with our goal of providing comprehensive features.
Another key aspect is mobile optimization. A significant portion of our users will access the portal via smartphones, so the design must be responsive and seamless on mobile devices. How can we ensure that mobile optimization is effectively implemented?
How can we ensure that mobile optimization is effectively implemented?
To ensure effective mobile optimization, we'll implement a responsive design that adapts seamlessly to various screen sizes and devices. This involves optimizing images and assets for faster loading times and using mobile-friendly navigation patterns to enhance user experience. By prioritizing mobile optimization, we align with our strategic goal of increasing user engagement.
Understood. To support our strategic goals, are there any particular technologies or frameworks we're considering that can enhance efficiency and robustness?
We're going to use React for the front end for its efficiency, ensuring a smooth user experience, and Angular for robust back-end services. For the database, PostgreSQL is ideal because of its scalability, which supports our goal of handling large data volumes efficiently.
Okay, now we've heard the dialogue, and these are the 3 questions that we are going to focus on. What specific features should we prioritize to ensure our platform is both comprehensive and user-friendly? How can we ensure that mobile optimization is effectively implemented? Particular technologies or frameworks we're considering that can enhance efficiency and robustness. So let's analyze these questions one by one and see critical vocabulary and pronunciation to answer. First question here, what specific features should we prioritize to ensure our platform is both comprehensive and user-friendly? And 2 variations are, which features are most important to make our platform complete and easy to use? What should we focus on to make our platform full of features and easy for users? Let's look at some critical vocabulary of when you need to answer this question or someone asks you this question in a meeting. Enhance search functionality. So enhance with the H, it's a millisecond of installation. Enhance, which is the same as improve. Search functionality. Functionality. Integrate interactive features. So integrate, the strong syllable, is the first one. Integrate. Interactive features. With the word features, I know you can see the spelling is F-E-A-T-U-R-E-S. Really, it's like the word feet, F-E-E-T. Features. Integrate interactive features. Ensure, which is guarantee or make sure, mobile optimization. So the first syllable has the OP, optimization. We don't want to say optimization, optimization. Improve user interface. So careful with the U in users. User. Okay, not other or user, but user interface. So one more time. Enhance search functionality. Integrate interactive features. Ensure mobile optimization. Improve user interface. If necessary, pause the video and repeat your pronunciation out loud. If you don't feel confident or don't feel ready, always remember that you can pause the video and repeat the pronunciation. Now some example answers. We should enhance the search functionality with detailed filters and easy navigation. Integrating interactive features like product zoom and 360-degree views will improve user experience. Enhance the search functionality with detailed filters and interactive maps. Integrate virtual tours to offer comprehensive features. Ensure mobile optimization for a seamless experience on smartphones, improving overall user engagement. Let's focus for a second on this word, seamless. It's very, very popular in software engineering and in IT in general. The idea of a seamless experience is a smooth experience where no problems and everything is very easy. Like a seamless UI experience is an experience where everything is smooth, easy to find, easy to navigate. Seamless. Now again, I know you can see the spelling is S-E-A-M-L-E-S-S, but imagine it's S-E-E-M. Seamless. There's no sound of A in there. For example, single sign-on systems are a seamless experience. SSO lets users log in one time to access many systems. This gives a seamless experience by removing the need for many passwords and logins. Another example is API integration. Seamless API integration makes data move smoothly or seamlessly between systems without extra work. Now, the complete opposite of seamless experience is disjointed experience. Disjointed or clunky. Maybe clunky is a little bit more popular, but it's also a good one. Clunky experience. Next question. How can we ensure that mobile optimization is effectively implemented? And two more variations are how can we make sure our website works well on mobile phones? How do we check that our site is mobile friendly? So let's look at critical vocabulary and pronunciation to answer this kind of question. Implement responsive design. Optimize images and assets. Now remember with images, not images, but images. Use mobile-friendly navigation. Conduct mobile testing. Okay? Now again, just focus on the implement responsive design. So it's responsive design. Not design, but design. Optimize images and assets. Use mobile-friendly navigation. Conduct mobile testing. Your accent here is something that you need to practice a little bit if you have some difficulties. Now, some examples. We can achieve effective mobile optimization by implementing responsive design, optimizing images, and using mobile-friendly navigation. Additionally, we will conduct comprehensive testing on various mobile devices. We can make sure the site runs well on mobile by implementing a responsive design and optimizing images and assets. Mobile-friendly navigation patterns and thorough mobile testing will also be prioritized. So, thorough is another important word that you hear a lot. Now, it's the same idea as comprehensive, complete, or detailed. The pronunciation is thorough. Thorough. Okay? So with the TH, the tongue goes to the top teeth here in a very subtle, easy contact, and there's air coming out. Thorough. Thorough. So again, I know that you can see in the spelling it's O-U-G-H, but thorough doesn't exist. It's very, very soft. Thorough. Thorough. But again, it means detailed, complete, comprehensive. Thorough testing. Next question. Are there any particular technologies or frameworks we're considering that can enhance efficiency and robustness? Some variations. Are we looking at any technologies that improve performance and reliability? Reliability. Okay? Some syllables are not strong. Which technologies can help us work better and make our system more reliable? Some critical vocabulary here is the word efficient and efficiency. Now, I know the spelling is not so easy. It's E-F-F-I-C-I-E-N-T, okay? But it's efficient. Now, similar words are effective, productive, and then efficient is the adjective, efficiency is a noun. Now, as we look here at the spelling, okay, first, the second syllable is the strong syllable. Efficient. But it's like the word fish. Efficient. Efficient. And the next word's efficiency. Efficiency. Efficient. Efficiency. Now, when we talk about efficiency and robustness and some specific verbs and noun combinations, we can say improve performance and reliability, make our system more reliable, or improve the reliability of our system. It's all about seeing different variations of the same idea. Some examples. To ensure efficiency and robustness, we are considering using WordPress for the front end due to its flexibility and integrating Shopify for e-commerce functionalities. This combination will optimize the development process and user experience while improving the reliability of our system. For our platform, we'll use React for the front end to enhance efficiency and ensure smooth user interactions, while Node.js on the back end will improve performance and handle high traffic efficiently. Additionally, implementing the Spring framework will make our system more reliable and ensure robustness and scalability. Always remember that word scalability. So scalability. The last syllable is weak. Scalability. Okay, guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about asking about stakeholder feedback and how to translate this into actionable development tasks. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about asking about stakeholder feedback. Stakeholders, or the clients, or the board, or whatever you want to call them, they are the people paying or asking for the job. And communication is key. So we're going to learn in this dialogue asking questions about stakeholder feedback. So listen carefully to the next dialogue about stakeholder feedback and the questions related.
Good morning. Today, we need to focus on integrating the recent feedback into our supply chain platform. We've received valuable insights from our last stakeholder meeting.
What kind of feedback are we looking at?
We've got suggestions on improving user interfaces for the inventory tracking system and requests for more advanced analytics features.
The feedback on the inventory interface is particularly actionable. We've observed that users need clearer navigation and more intuitive controls.
That makes sense. Are we considering a complete overhaul of the UI? Or are we focusing on incremental improvements based on the stakeholder feedback?
Incremental improvements for now. Let's start by simplifying the dashboard layout. Could you explore ways to make the interface more user-friendly, as suggested by the stakeholders?
Absolutely. I can draft some initial designs and run them through usability testing to ensure they align with the stakeholder feedback.
That's great. Regarding the analytics feature, we need to enhance our data visualization capabilities. The stakeholders want more detailed and interactive reports. How can we make sure we meet these expectations?
I suggest we look into integrating tools like Tableau or Power BI for that purpose. They offer robust data visualization options that stakeholders are looking for.
Integrating those tools will also give us an opportunity to handle larger data sets more effectively. How do we plan to gather and incorporate ongoing stakeholder feedback on these tools?
Excellent point. We can set up regular review sessions with stakeholders to ensure their feedback is continuously integrated. It's vital that all these changes align with our overall platform architecture and don't compromise performance.
Okay, so now we've heard the dialogue. These are the 4 questions that we're going to analyze and explore together and look at variations of the question, vocabulary, and pronunciation. What kind of feedback are we looking at? Are we considering a complete overhaul of the UI, or are we focusing on incremental improvements based on stakeholder feedback? Could you explore more ways to make the interface more user-friendly as suggested by the stakeholders? How do we plan to gather and incorporate ongoing stakeholder feedback on these tools? So let's look at the first question. What kind of feedback are we looking at? What kind of feedback do we have? What kind of feedback did we get? So get in this case is the idea of to receive. To get feedback, to receive feedback. Now, as we want to describe feedback, we've got some useful words here. Valuable feedback. So valuable. Valuable feedback. Useful feedback. Constructive feedback. Constructive feedback. Essential feedback. Or important feedback. So a lot of different words to describe it. Now, some words to describe negative feedback, because sometimes it happens. We received critical feedback, critical, not critical, but critical feedback, negative feedback, or maybe the most diplomatic, nice way to say it is unfavorable, unfavorable feedback. Now, remember, feedback in English is always singular. We don't say feedbacks. We just don't say it. It's always singular in English. So let's look at some examples. We are looking at valuable feedback that suggests improvements in user interfaces for the inventory tracking system. Users have provided some really useful feedback, requesting clearer navigation and more intuitive controls. These suggestions are based on their experiences and the challenges they have faced while using the current system. The feedback includes useful suggestions for enhancing the inventory interface with clearer navigation and more intuitive controls. Users also expressed the important need for advanced analytics features to better manage and interpret their data. So let's look at the next question. Are we considering a complete overhaul of the UI, or are we focusing on incremental improvements based on the stakeholder feedback? So some variations. Are we planning to redesign the whole UI or just make small changes based on feedback? Now remember, the word based is with the T sound. Based does not exist. Based on. Should we change the entire UI or improve it step by step using feedback? Now, let's look at this word here, to overhaul. To overhaul is almost to like start from zero. It's to make big changes and improvements to something, like fixing and upgrading it. Now, when we look at here, you can say overhaul is the change or redesign. Incremental is gradual and step by step. And just remember, stakeholder is the investor or the partner. This is the critical vocabulary for this question. Now, again, overhaul. With the H, there's a millisecond of exhalation, air coming out. Overhaul. Overhaul. Next one is incremental. Incremental changes, incremental improvements, okay? Next one is stakeholder, where the mouth really opens. Stakeholder. Again, with the H, there's a millisecond of exhalation. Stakeholder. Some examples. We are focusing on incremental improvements for now based on the stakeholder feedback. Rather than a complete overhaul of the UI, we will make small changes to improve it step by step. Simplifying the dashboard layout is our first step in this process. Instead of opting for a complete overhaul of the UI, we are concentrating on incremental improvements as suggested by the stakeholders. By making small changes and improving it step by step, we aim to gradually enhance the system without disrupting the current user experience too much. Next question. Could you explore ways to make the interface more user-friendly as suggested by the stakeholders? Can you look into how to make the interface easier to use as the stakeholders suggested? Can you find ways to improve the interface based on stakeholder suggestions? Now, some critical vocabulary here is to improve the interface, make the interface more user-friendly, make the interface easier to use. Just simple expressions to describe what you will do with the interface. Another key verb here is to draft. You see this a lot in English where you talk about the first draft or second draft. It's like the first version or the second version. But it also means like it's a verb. To draft some basic designs means to write and create the first version. Some examples. Absolutely. I can draft some initial designs and run them through usability testing to ensure they align with the stakeholder feedback. We will focus on simplifying the navigation and making the interface easier to use. This process will involve several iterations to refine the designs based on testing results, ensuring that we improve the interface for all users. Sure, I will draft some initial designs and conduct usability tests to make the interface more user-friendly as suggested by the stakeholders. This will include adding features that improve navigation, making the interface easier to use, and ensuring it meets the usability standards expected by our users. Next question. How do we plan to gather and incorporate ongoing stakeholder feedback on these tools? How will we collect and use feedback from stakeholders for these tools? What is our plan to get and apply feedback from stakeholders on these tools? So let's look at the two verbs, collect and gather. They are very, very similar. They both mean the idea to bring things or people together. For example, in the image here you can see you can collect or gather stamps. Generally say you collect stamps. The same idea. Now they are a little bit different in that collect is more formal and often used for organized actions. Collect data from the survey. Gather is more informal and often used for bringing things together over time, over a longer time period. For example, gather feedback from our users, to gather feedback for weeks and months and I don't know if a year, but maybe was the idea that you bring things together over a longer period of time. Collect is the idea of one simple action. Gather is over a period of time. This is why you see to gather feedback from the users and stakeholders. Now, as we look how to pronounce, we've got the first sound ga, same as cat. Place the tip of your tongue, okay, on the upper teeth, between your upper and lower teeth. And you blow air out. Gather. So, ga as in like cat. The TH here is gather. And it's the or sound like in the word her. Gather. Gather. Okay? The tricky part, the difficult part is the TH. It's like a soft air out. Gather. Gather. To gather feedback means to bring opinions or comments from people. We need to gather feedback from customers to improve our product. Next idea is to incorporate. Incorporate feedback is the idea to use the feedback to make changes or improvements. We will incorporate feedback to make the app better. The next really useful verb is to set up. You see this all the time in business and meetings and anything. To set up is to arrange or organize something. This is exact same meaning as organize. We will set up a meeting with the team. Now, one thing that's very important that with this is what we call a phrasal verb, which is set and up. It's a verb and a preposition together. Now, in the first two sentences here, I need to set up the meeting. That's okay. I need to set the meeting up. When you give the name to the thing or to the noun, it's not important the word order. But as you look at the next sentences, this is a pronoun. A pronoun substitutes something else. In this case, the word order is important. For example, you can say, I need to set it up, but you cannot say, I need to set up it. Okay? When it becomes a pronoun, the word order is important. This one here, for example, they will set up the new projects. They will set the new projects up. When you give the explicit name of the thing, it's not important the word order. But look at what happens with the pronoun. They will set them up. They will set up them. We plan to gather ongoing stakeholder feedback by setting up regular review sessions. These sessions will allow stakeholders to provide their input on the new tools and features, ensuring their needs are continuously integrated into the development process. To incorporate ongoing stakeholder feedback, we will set up regular review meetings and feedback sessions. These will give stakeholders the opportunity to share their thoughts and suggestions on the new tools. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about the product backlog and the essential verbs related to the product backlog. Thanks for watching guys. See you in the next lesson. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn to talk about the details and priorities of the product backlog. Crucial part of any software company or a Scrum team is the product backlog. In the following dialogue, listen carefully to any questions and answers related to the product backlog.
Good morning. Our main agenda today is to refine our product backlog for the craft store website redesign. We need to prioritize our tasks effectively.
Could you give an overview of the top items in our backlog?
Sure. The highest priority is enhancing the e-commerce functionality, particularly the shopping cart and checkout process. We also need to focus on optimizing the site for mobile users.
That aligns with the feedback we've received from users. How are we prioritizing the integration of user profiles and their product listings?
That's next in line. Showcasing artisan profiles is essential for our brand identity. We need to ensure that artisans can easily upload and manage their products.
From a process perspective, we should also look at how these backlog items align with our sprints. We'll need your input on the estimated effort for each task. How can we ensure that our sprints remain manageable? Can you provide detailed estimates and technical considerations for each item to help us balance our sprint planning?
Understood. I'll provide detailed estimates for each item and outline the technical considerations. This will help us refine our backlog, avoid overloading our sprints, and set realistic goals for our upcoming sprints, ensuring we maintain quality and efficiency.
Okay, now we've heard the dialogue. These are the 3 crucial questions that we're going to analyze and explore with vocabulary and pronunciation about the product backlog. Could you give an overview of the top items in our backlog? How can we ensure our sprints remain manageable? Can you provide detailed estimates and technical considerations for each item to help us balance our sprint planning? So let's start with the first question and some variations of the question. Could you give an overview of the top items in our backlog? So an overview is a general idea, general view. Can you provide a summary of the highest priority items in our backlog? Could you give a brief overview of the key tasks at the top of our backlog? So as we talk about what tasks are the most important or what are the highest priority, here's some crucial expressions to describe the most important. So we have here the highest priority task or item is, our top priority is to, the primary focus is on, the top tasks or items are, the most important tasks or items are, and then the opposite, which is the lowest priority tasks or items. Some examples. The most important items in our backlog include enhancing the e-commerce functionality, especially the shopping cart and checkout process. We are also focusing on optimizing the site for mobile users. The highest priority is ensuring these tasks are addressed based on user feedback. So look again at that word addressed. It's with a T sound, addressed. Addressed means to look at, to confront, to solve. Our current top priorities in the backlog are to improve the shopping cart and the checkout experience and to optimize the website for mobile devices. The primary focus is on these enhancements as they are critical to improving the overall user experience and increasing customer satisfaction. Next question. How can we ensure our sprints remain manageable? So careful with the pronunciation. It's not manageable, manageable, manageable. What can we do to make sure our sprints are not too big? How do we keep our sprints manageable? So again, when we have this word manager, management, or manageable, the strong syllable is in the first syllable. So many students, they say management, manageable, manager, right? It's management, management, manageable. So manageable, manageable. Okay, one more time. Manageable, manageable. Now, when we have different terms or crucial words for the product backlog, we have epic, which is a big task that can be broken down into smaller tasks. A user story, which is a short description of a feature from the user's perspective. Acceptance criteria, conditions that a task must meet to be considered complete. Now, we see this verb a lot, to break down into smaller tasks. The idea is to split, to separate, to divide. Take one big thing and break it down into multiple small things. So, an important thing is to understand that it's break down into. It doesn't change. To break down into, not on. We don't say to break down on. So an epic breaks down into user stories. A user stories breaks down into tasks. Requirements break down into acceptance criteria. Next term is backlog grooming or backlog refinement. This is the idea of reviewing and organizing tasks to make sure they are ready to be worked on. And you hear this a lot, to groom or to refine the backlog. Some examples. We can ensure that our sprints remain manageable by refining the backlog and breaking down large tasks into smaller, more manageable tasks. Prioritizing the tasks effectively and estimating the time required accurately will help us balance our workload. To keep our sprints manageable, we need to clarify user stories and break down epics into smaller tasks. This will help us allocate time and avoid overloading our team. Regular refinement meetings will also help us stay on track and adjust priorities as needed. Next question. Can you provide detailed estimates and technical considerations for each item to help us balance our sprint planning? Can you give detailed time estimates and technical details for each task to help plan our sprints? Can you provide time estimates and tech details for each item to balance our sprint planning? Now, as we talk about time estimates, the most important verb is to take time. When we talk about how much time you need or how much time it will take, it's always going to take time. Now, we have some crucial words here. It is expected to take 3 days or 3 weeks. Okay, expected is the expectation, what we think it should be, what it must be. It is estimated to take 5 days or 5 weeks. Now, this word here, might. It might take 2 days or 2 weeks. Might is very similar to maybe, but we use it with verbs. It talks about the idea of possibility. It should take 5 days or 5 weeks, and this is the idea of a recommendation. So let's see some examples. Redesigning the user dashboard is expected to take 2 weeks, and adding the new reporting feature might take 10 days. This will include the planned timeframe and any technical specifications needed. Sure, I will deliver projected efforts and technical considerations for each item. For example, creating the API plus integrations is estimated to take 1 week, while testing and deploying the updates should take around 3 days. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about the project management tool Jira and all the verbs and important vocabulary related to working with a project management tool. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about asking about the features of a project management tool like Jira. Jira is extremely popular, but a lot of the tools and the functions are very similar in different project management tools. In the following dialogue, listen to questions about the project management tool and all the different functions.
As we increase our efforts, it's crucial to understand how to use Jira effectively for project management. It helps us track progress and collaborate efficiently.
I've used Jira before, but I'm not completely confident with all its features. Could you guide me on updating task status and logging requirements?
Sure. When you start working on a task, first update its status to in progress. This lets everyone know you're actively working on it. For logging requirements or acceptance criteria, you can add them in the task's description or comments module.
What about flagging blockers or dependencies?
If you encounter a blocker, flag the task using the blocker label and provide a brief explanation of the issue. For dependencies, link the relevant tasks using the link feature and note any specific dependencies in the comments.
It's also important to log your time spent on each task. This helps in tracking our project's time allocation and budgeting.
How detailed should the time tracking be?
Try to be as accurate as possible. Record the time spent each day on the task. This information is invaluable for our sprint retrospectives and future planning.
Yes, and make sure to regularly check the project board for updates on other tasks. It gives you an overview of the project's progress and any shifts in priorities.
That makes sense. I'll start practicing these steps to get more comfortable with Jira.
Remember, the goal is to keep the entire team informed and aligned. Jira is a powerful tool for that, especially in a project as dynamic as our real estate portal.
Exactly. If you have any questions or run into any difficulties, feel free to ask. We're here to help each other.
Okay, now we've heard the dialogue. These are the 3 questions that we want to analyze and understand better and look at critical vocabulary and pronunciation. Could you guide me on updating task status and logging requirements? What about flagging blockers or dependencies? How detailed should the time tracking be? So let's start with the first question. See this question now? Could you guide me on updating task status and logging requirements? And some variations of the same question. How do we manage task status updates and requirements documentation? Can you guide me through the steps for updating task status and maintaining requirements logs? Now, let's look at some critical vocabulary and pronunciation. We have this one, update. Okay, so the first syllable is up, not oop, okay, but update. With the second syllable, the mouth really opens. Update, update. Now, to log requirements, which means to put a record. Log is the same rhyme as dog. Log requirements. Some examples. Sure, when you start working on a task, first update its status to in progress. This lets everyone know you're actively working on it. For logging requirements or acceptance criteria, you can add them in the task's description or comments module. Of course, to update the task status, change it to in progress once you begin working on it. For logging requirements, include them in the task's description or use the comments section to detail acceptance criteria and other necessary information. Next question, what about flagging blockers or dependencies? How should we handle flagging blockers or dependencies? Now, let's look at the vocabulary here. So we've got flagging, strong syllables, flagging, not flagging or flog-on or anything. Flagging, flagging blockers, flagging dependencies. So it's dependencies, flagging blockers, flagging dependencies. Now we have different verbs here. You can identify a blocker, which is the idea to recognize, to see a blocker. Report a blocker, which share information about a blocker with your team. Flag a blocker, which is notify urgently your team about a blocker. Highlight a blocker, which is the idea to emphasize or to show. Now again, with the H here, there's a millisecond of highlight. Highlight a blocker. Let's see some examples. If you encounter a blocker, identify and flag the task using the blocker label and provide a brief explanation of the issue. For dependencies, create task dependency issues to link the relevant tasks using the link feature and note any specific dependencies in the comments. To flag blockers, recognize and report the issue by using the blocker label on the task and explaining the problem briefly. For dependencies, you can open task dependency issues to link related tasks using the link feature and add notes about specific dependencies in the comments section. How detailed should the time tracking be? So remember with the word detailed, strong syllables the first. Is there a specific level of detail we should aim for in time tracking? What's the appropriate level of detail for time tracking? So let's look at some vocabulary and pronunciation. First is to log your hours. To log your hours is very simple, to write down the number of hours you work. To record means to write down or save information so you can use it later. And then to track or to keep track of, extremely important verb and phrasal verb in software English. To track something is to watch and to follow the progress of something over time. So maybe you're running updates or running something overnight in the system, and you're checking and tracking the updates over time. The next word here is a really important word, accurate. Accurate means to be correct and without mistakes. And we have a very similar word, which is to do something accurately, which is doing something in a way that is correct and again, without mistakes. But look at the pronunciation. First, the strong syllable is at the start, ac, ac. Syllable 1, accurate. Now, I know in the last 4 letters, you can see or, A-T-E. And your instinct maybe is to say accurate. Pronunciation is not accurate, it's accurate. Last syllable, rut, rut. Accurate, accurate. Next word, accurately, accurately. One more time, both words. Accurate, accurate, accurately, accurately. Some examples. Try to be as accurate as possible. Record the time spent each day on the task. This information is invaluable for our sprint retrospectives and future planning. By accurately logging your time, we can better understand our productivity and identify any bottlenecks that may be causing delays. You should try to be as accurate as you can. Log the time spent on each task daily. This detailed tracking is crucial for analyzing our sprint performance and planning future sprints. Accurate time tracking helps us allocate resources more effectively and make sure we stay on schedule. Okay guys, that ends this section of the course. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about discussing the design and prototyping of products. All of the words, vocabulary, and pronunciation parts that you need to talk about design and prototyping. So, looking at product 1, we're going to listen to a dialogue between 3 different professionals where they're going to talk about the different ideas behind the prototyping and design of product 1. Listen to the following dialogue and listen carefully for any questions you hear about prototyping and design.
Good morning, team. Today we need to brainstorm ideas for our user experience. Alex, since you're leading our front-end development, your insights will be crucial.
Thanks. I've been reviewing our requirements. The focus on artisan goods means we need a design that's as unique and engaging as the products themselves.
Absolutely. I was thinking about a layout that highlights the artisanal aspect. Maybe large, eye-catching images with interactive elements?
I like that. We could use a masonry grid layout for the product images. It's visually appealing and works well responsively.
Sounds great. How do we ensure the site remains user-friendly and accessible?
We'll adhere to WCAG guidelines. Simple navigation, all tags on images, and keyboard-friendly design should be our starting point.
I'm also considering React for a seamless interactive experience, especially for the product pages.
Good choice. React's component-based architecture can really help us in building a dynamic website. What about prototyping?
We can use tools like Figma or Sketch. It's vital to get a clickable prototype ready for user testing.
That will help us iterate faster. Should we also think about mobile-first design?
Definitely. Most of our users will likely access the site via mobile devices.
Perfect. Let's start working on this and regroup next week to review the progress. Great job, everyone.
Okay, now we've heard the dialogue, let's look and analyze these 4 questions in much more detail so we can get a better idea of how to talk about design and prototyping. With this first question here, let's look at some different variations. First, we have maybe large eye-catching images with interactive elements. How about big, visually appealing images with interactive elements? What do you think about going with some large, visually appealing images with interactive elements? Now, let's look at some key vocabulary here that's definitely connected or related to design. Eye-catching, visually appealing, attention grabbing. Let's look at the first one. So catch is like the idea of catch a ball. It's like catch or hold. And with ing here, it's an adjective. So you can use it to describe websites or features. Eye-catching. So notice the first vowel, catching. Almost like ka-ching, but eye-catching. The next one is visually appealing. Appealing means it's attractive or interesting or fun to watch, fun to look at. And visually, so visually appealing. One more time, visually appealing. The next one is attention grabbing. Grab is a verb, like to grab something or grab a person or a thing. And the idea of like it can grab your attention. Attention grabbing. Like those new features we see on YouTube where the like button is animated, it's attention grabbing. Next verb is really important about design and prototyping is engage. The idea of to attract and hold someone's attention or interest. In basic terms, the person comes to the website and wants to stay, wants to continue, to engage the users. So our priority is to engage users. Now, as we look here, engage. So the pronunciation here is, so N like the beginning of enter, and the last syllable rhymes with cage. Engage. That last j, engage. And then in the past tense, we add the ed, but it's really a case of engaged. Engaged does not exist. Engaged. Now, it's important to remember that in English, we don't really have the too personal like in other languages, like Spanish, Portuguese, or Italian. Really, to engage users. We don't say to engage two users. And now some examples. Incorporating large eye-catching images with interactive elements is a great idea. They will be visually appealing and engage users, making them want to explore our handmade crafts. Using big, visually appealing images with interactive elements sounds great. These images will be eye-catching, helping to keep users engaged and making them want to look at our unique products. So let's look at the next question. How do we ensure the site remains user-friendly and accessible? Notice the pronunciation, accessible. How can we make sure the site remains easy to use and accessible? How can we ensure we keep the site easy to navigate and accessible? So as we look at the 4 words which are very similar, access, accessed, accessible, accessibility, it's important to understand what the first 2 words, access and accessed, the strong syllable is in the first syllable. Access, not access, access. The next one is accessed. So I know you can see the D, but really you want to pronounce like a T. Accessed. Accessed. And the next one is accessible. Notice that we have 4 syllables. Accessible. Not accessible. Accessible. And the next one is accessibility. Notice that the letter I accessibility, not ability, accessibility. Pause the video and practice a moment if necessary. Some more useful vocabulary. Conduct usability testing and implement clear navigation. So conduct usability testing is watching people use a product to see if it's easy and to find problems. Implement clear navigation is making a website or app easy to move around so people can find what they need quickly. The next critical verb is adhere, and we have seen it many times because it's a crucial verb where you are adhering to coding standards or coding practices or different standards. The idea is to follow or obey. Adhere. We need to adhere to standards when building the software. The same idea is we need to follow the rules or guidelines when building the software. Some examples. We need to conduct usability testing frequently. We should also implement clear navigation to make it easy for users to find what they need quickly. Adhering to standards such as WCAG will ensure our site meets accessibility guidelines. First, we should conduct usability testing with a variety of users to gather feedback. We also need to implement clear navigation so users can move through the site effortlessly. Finally, by adhering to standards, we can maintain high accessibility and usability throughout our platform. Next question. What about prototyping? How about prototyping and prototyping? So really there's a small difference here between what about and how about. What about is asking if something should be considered. What about prototyping? How about is suggesting something. You're making a suggestion about an idea or action. How about prototyping? Now let's look at the pronunciation. So the strong syllable is the first one. Prototyping. Not proto, prototyping. Prototyping. Interactive. So you really have that strong syllable. Interactive. Active. Next one is a verb and a collection of words which are very similar. Iterate. Strong syllable on the first syllable. Iterate. Iteration. Iteration. So repeat again. The verb iterate. Iteration. And iterative is the adjective. So we have the verb, noun, and adjective. Iterate is the verb. Iteration is the noun. Iterative is the adjective. With the word iterative, pay close attention to the fact that it's iterative. Not iterative, iterative. 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 Iteration then is a noun, which is the idea to repeat a process or action. Iteration. Each time we make changes and test again, that is one iteration. Iterate is the verb. One cycle or repeat of a process, to iterate. When we iterate, we do the same thing again and again to make it better. Iterative, the adjective, it describes a process that is repeated many times. An iterative process means we keep doing the same steps over and over to improve the result. Functionality. Functionality. So again, notice the L-T, not a L-E-T. Functionality. Collaborate. Collaborate. Again, collaborate. Pause the video and practice alone if necessary. Some examples. When it comes to prototyping, it's crucial to make the design interactive. This way we can see how users will engage with the product in real time. Additionally, focusing on the functionality during each iteration ensures that all essential features are working as expected before moving to the next phase. Prototyping should include an iterative process and involve close collaboration with the team. By iterating on the design and collaborating with others, we can continuously improve it based on user feedback. Next question. Should we also think about mobile-first design? How about mobile-first design? Should we also consider mobile-first design? So the word should is used to give advice or make suggestions. Should we, where you change the order of the words, is asking for advice or a recommendation. Now remember, the L in should is completely silent. Should or shall, it doesn't exist. It's a short sound. Should. One syllable. Should. And absolutely no L. Should. Now, as you look at we should do it, notice that it's a special verb with the modal verbs that in the negative we use not. Not don't, but not. We should not do it. Contraction to we shouldn't do it. And that's why it's important to remember that when you are starting to ask questions with the word should, you need to change the word order. Should we do it? If you ask the question, we should do it, the person will understand, but it doesn't sound as fluent. Now, an important expression here is to go with something. Normally, go is about traveling, about different locations. To go with is to choose or decide on something. And it's extremely common in meetings to say, to go with a mobile-first approach is the idea of saying, let's choose or decide to use a mobile-first approach. Another verb here, to overlook something. Overlook something. Do not notice or ignore. It can be a mistake that you did not see, or maybe it's something you don't think is important and you ignore it. To approach something. So the best approach is the best way to do something. So approach. Approach, not approach, but approach. So to approach someone literally means to come near or closer. When someone approaches you, they come from 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. They come closer. They approach you. But approach as a noun is really a good way of saying the best way to do it. For example, the phrase, I think this is the best approach. This is the best way to do it. So an approach is a way of doing something or dealing with a problem. Some examples. Yes, we should definitely go with a mobile-first design. Most users are on their mobile devices, and this approach will ensure our site is user-friendly and accessible on all screens. I'm not sure about going with a mobile-first design. It has benefits for mobile users, but we need to make sure it doesn't affect the desktop experience. I'm open to exploring this approach further to see if it works for us. I don't think a mobile-first design is the best approach. While mobile users are important, we shouldn't overlook desktop users. A balanced design that works well on both mobile and desktop might be a better solution. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about discussing the feasibility and technical requirements for products. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn to talk about the feasibility and technical requirements for products. So in the following dialogue, we're going to talk about product 2, and the team are coming together to discuss the feasibility and technical requirements for product 2, which is an enterprise-level supply chain management platform. Listen to the questions about feasibility and technical requirements in the following dialogue.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we need to align on the technical feasibility of our supply chain management platform. Chris, let's start with your insights on the back end.
Sure. For real-time inventory tracking, we need a robust database. I'm considering an SQL-based solution for structured data handling.
That's a solid choice. SQL databases are great for transactional consistency, However, we should also consider scalability. Maybe integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data.
I agree. It's crucial that our system scales efficiently. What are your thoughts on API development for supplier integration?
We can design RESTful APIs. It's essential for seamless communication with external systems and maintaining data integrity.
Exactly. And security is paramount. We'll need OAuth for secure API authentication.
On the architecture front, I suggest a microservices approach. It offers flexibility and makes it easier to manage different components of the platform.
Microservices could indeed provide the agility we need. How about the deployment strategy?
Containerization with Docker and orchestration using Kubernetes. This way, we can ensure consistency across development, testing, and production environments.
Perfect. Let's document these technical specifications and start prototyping. We'll meet again next week to review and adjust our approach as needed.
Okay, now we've heard the dialogue. Let's look at 3 questions from the dialogue in much more detail and analyze answers and important vocabulary for each question. We have the 3 questions here. Maybe integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data. What are your thoughts on API development for supplier integration? And how about the deployment strategy? So let's look at this first question and variations. Maybe integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data. Could we integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data? How about if we integrated a NoSQL database for unstructured data? So let's look quickly at the idea of maybe and could. We really have the pronunciation of maybe, and could is extremely similar to should. The L is silent. Could, one syllable, could. Maybe shows that something is possible, not certain, and could shows a possible action or ability to do something. So maybe means okay, maybe yes, maybe no, but could talks about what is possible to do. Maybe we should integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data. Microservices could give us the flexibility we need. Now, maybe is extremely similar to another word in English, which is might. Now, maybe is usually at the beginning or end of a sentence, and it usually modifies the complete sentence or the complete idea. The word might is used before the main verb. It changes the verb in the sentence and not the complete sentence. So when maybe changes the meaning of the whole sentence, for example, maybe the code needs to be updated, and might changes the meaning of the main verb in the sentence. The code might need to be updated. So let's look at some key adjectives to describe your system and how it scales. It's crucial that our system scales efficiently. It's essential that our system scales efficiently. It's vital that our system scales efficiently. It's important that our system scales efficiently. Now, the most important thing that when you're using this kind of sentence structure is that students forget the S in the third person. So system is singular, it needs an S. That our system scales effectively, not that our system scale, okay? That it scales efficiently, not that it scale efficiently, okay? Now, as we look at this kind of structure, it's important that it scales. You can use this same structure with a lot of different ideas. For example, here, it's vital that our data processing pipeline handles data efficiently. It's essential that our search functionality retrieves results quickly. It's important that our storage solution manages data effectively. Some examples. Maybe we should integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data. It's crucial that our system scales efficiently, and we need to evaluate how it fits with our current systems and whether it meets our performance requirements. Integrating a NoSQL database might be beneficial for handling unstructured data. However, it's vital that our system scales efficiently and that it doesn't complicate our existing infrastructure. We should conduct a thorough analysis to understand how it would integrate with our current SQL-based systems. Next question. What are your thoughts on API development for supplier integration? What do you think about API development for supplier integration? How do you feel about API development for supplier integration? So let's look here at adjectives and adverbs. Now, I know that you're an IT professional and you don't really know grammar terminology, so let me explain. Now, I know you're an IT professional and you probably don't know grammar terminology, but let me explain. An adjective describes the thing. Adverb describes how you do the thing. Let's get some examples here. We have accurate, accurately, smooth, smoothly, seamless, seamlessly, secure, securely. Accurate is when something is correct and has no mistakes. Accurately is doing something in a correct way without mistakes. Now, the pronunciation here is very important because you have the strong syllable at the start. Accurate. Now, I know at the end you can see or-A-T-E, the last four letters. But the pronunciation is not accurate. Accurate. Strong syllable first. Accurate. Rit. Accurate. Accurately. Lee, rit, accurately. Okay? If your code is accurate, it means it works correctly without errors. When you write code accurately, it means you write it correctly so it works as expected. Smooth is something that feels soft and is not rough, has a nice even surface. Usually, for example, your mobile phone, the surface is very smooth. Smoothly means doing something without stops or problem. For example, when your internet connection is good and your connection is strong, the videos on YouTube, they load smoothly. They work smoothly and quickly. Now, the pronunciation here is smooth, right? So we start here, smooth, much more like a U sound, smooth. And the TH, the tongue touches here, the tip here. Just the top teeth with the tip. Smooth, smooth. And next one's smoothly. So practice slowly. Smooth. The contact between your tongue and the top teeth is very subtle. It's very, very smooth. Smooth. Smoothly. The smooth interface of the app makes it easy to use. The software runs smoothly without any errors. The next word is seamless. Seamless means it's continuous without any breaks or interruptions. And seamlessly is doing something without stops or problems. So again, if your software is running well or you have good internet connection, your experience, you will be able to load the videos seamlessly. Seamless. Now, I know in the spelling, you can see at S-E-A-M. It is not pronounced Siam. It's like E-E. Seamless. Seamless. And seamlessly. Seamless, seamlessly. The seamless integration of the new feature improved the software. The updates were applied seamlessly. Secure is something that is safe and protected from danger or threats. Secure, securely. The data was stored securely on the server. So, secure. Not secure, but secure. And then securely. Secure, securely. We need a secure password to protect our data. The data was stored securely on the server. Some examples. For API development for supplier integration, we need to accurately plan each step to ensure smooth and seamless data exchange. This means our APIs must be securely designed to protect sensitive information, and scalable to handle increasing data loads efficiently. API development for supplier integration is crucial. By planning accurately and ensuring our APIs are both secure and scalable, we can seamlessly integrate supplier data without affecting our system's integrity. This allows us to smoothly manage operations and securely handle sensitive information. How about the deployment strategy? What about the deployment strategy? What's our deployment strategy? Now, one crucial verb you see all the time in software engineering and Scrum is to set up. To set up means to arrange, organize, create, or establish. In this case, we set up a CI/CD pipeline. One more time with the pronunciation. To set up a CI/CD pipeline. Now, with the phrasal verb to set up, we do have a little bit of flexibility. For example, to set up the CI/CD pipeline or to set the CI/CD pipeline up. There's no real difference in meaning. The next piece of vocabulary is to have rollback procedures, which is actions taken to go back to an early version if there are problems during deployment. So if you deploy, there's a problem, you can roll back. And it's the idea to have rollback procedures. Now, look at the pronunciation. So roll with the R sound, your tongue is not touching the top, it's coming up and curling. Roll back. So with the back part, your mouth really opens. Roll back procedures. One more time, nice and slow. Roll back procedures. Rollback procedures. We have rollback procedures ready in case of any issues. Now, another way to say ready in this case is we have rollback procedures in place in case of any issues. So in place, in ready is very, very similar. It's the same idea that they are ready in case you have a problem. Monitoring and logging. Monitoring is watching the system all the time to make sure it works well. Logging is writing down what happens in the system so we can find and fix problems later. Now, as we look at the pronunciation, so it's monitoring. Not mon-e, monitoring. And logging. So logging, the mouth comes really down. Logging. Monitoring and logging. Monitoring and logging. Some examples. Our deployment strategy involves careful planning and setting up consistent environments across development, testing, and production. We will set up a CI/CD pipeline to automate deployments, ensuring smooth and efficient code releases. Additionally, we will implement thorough testing and have rollback procedures ready in case of any issues. For deployment, we need to set up our environments properly, ensuring consistency from development to production. We'll use version control and CI/CD tools to automate the deployment process. Continuous monitoring and logging will help us catch and address any issues quickly. Also, we have a rollback plan to handle any deployment failures. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about discussing and strategizing the upcoming sprints. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about discussing and strategizing the upcoming sprints. These are the sprint planning meetings and these kind of ideas. In this dialogue, we're going to look at product 3, where they have a sprint planning meeting to discuss and talk about the upcoming sprints for product 3, which is a real estate listing portal. Listen to the following dialogue and the questions that you hear about upcoming sprints in this dialogue.
Good morning, team. Let's kick off our sprint planning for the real estate portal. Can you start us off with the priorities for the next sprint?
Sure. The main focus is on developing interactive property maps and advanced search filters. These features are crucial for enhancing user experience.
I've been looking into various mapping APIs. I think integrating something like Leaflet for the maps would be effective, especially for mobile responsiveness.
Great initiative. How does that align with our sprint timeline?
It's a bit complex, but feasible. I'll need to collaborate closely with the back-end team to ensure the data integration is smooth.
That's important. We also need to ensure our search functionality is both powerful and intuitive. Think autocomplete, filters by property type, price range, etc.
Sounds like a solid plan. What support will you need for these tasks?
Some paired programming sessions initially would help. Also, regular check-ins to align on the back-end integration.
Got it. We'll schedule those in. Remember, our goal is to keep the sprint focused and manageable. Let's avoid scope creep.
Agreed. Let's also plan for a mid-sprint review to assess our progress and make adjustments if necessary.
Will do. I'm excited to see these features come to life. They'll really enhance our user experience.
Excellent. Let's get to work and make this sprint successful. We'll regroup in our daily stand-ups and track our progress.
Okay, now we've heard the dialogue, let's look at these 3 questions in much more detail. Can you start us off with the priorities for the next sprint? How does that align with our sprint timeline? What support will you need for these tasks? So let's see this question and some variations. Can you start us off with the priorities for the next sprint? Could you begin with the priorities for the next sprint? What's the most important thing for the next sprint? Now, let's look at this expression, to start off with. It's a very specific expression that you hear a lot that talks about like the idea to start the meeting. Now, in football, if you know kickoff is the first action, the first moment, it's when you start. And this is a very similar idea. Kickoff is a good international example for all of us to understand. To start off with means to begin or to start with a specific thing or activity. The idea that you're starting the meeting, you're saying, well, we're going to start off talking about this one specific thing. To start off with, let's talk about the project timeline. Now, some more verbs to help you in building your answer for this kind of question. To focus on. Always careful with the vowels. Focus. Not focus or anything like that. Focus on means to give all of your attention to something. To concentrate on, to think very carefully about something. To start off with is to start with something first, as we have just seen. And to prioritize. So look at the syllables. Prioritize. Prioritize. To prioritize is decide with what is most important and do that first. Now, what's important about these verbs and when you're using these verbs answering this kind of question is that when the verb starts sentence, it is with verb ing, or in grammar we call this a gerund. This is usually very, very different to the majority of languages. For example, focusing on integrating interactive property maps is our top priority for the next sprint. If you look at the next example just below, you can see in red that both verbs need to be with ing. That if you say focus on integrate, that's not correct. I can understand, but it's definitely not correct. Prioritizing the integration of interactive property maps is crucial for the upcoming sprint. Again, starting the sentence, it must be ing. Prioritize integration, this is not correct. Some examples. Focusing on integrating interactive property maps is our top priority for the next sprint. Prioritizing tasks to make searching powerful and intuitive is crucial. Ensuring mobile responsiveness is also key. Concentrating on integrating a mapping API like Leaflet is essential. Prioritizing search filters like autocomplete is important. ensuring mobile responsiveness is crucial. Starting off with integrating maps using Leaflet is our main task. Prioritizing search functionality is essential for a better user experience. Ensuring mobile responsiveness is a key objective. Next question. How does that align with our sprint timeline? Is that compatible with our sprint timeline? How does that fit with our sprint timeline? Now, if you see in yellow, these are three verbs that you can talk about the basic idea of the sprint timeline. Now, align is the idea of it's all the same about to fit or be compatible, or it works, or it is possible with the timeline. Now, I know in the writing, you can see a G here. I promise you the G is silent. And the A at the beginning is very soft. It's align, align, align. Now, we have to align with, to fit with, to be compatible with. Listen again to the vowel in compatible. Compatible. Not compatible, compatible. Now remember, we always use the word with these sentences. To align with, not to align to. To fit with, not to fit to. To be compatible with, and not to be compatible to. Now here we have some examples of when you can use these verbs. Some examples with the sprint timeline. To align with the sprint timeline. To fit with project requirements. To be compatible with the development process. Always careful with the pronunciation of development. Development, not development, development. To align with the coding standards. The next sentence we have from the dialogue is, it's complex but feasible. Interesting word, feasible. But as we look at the word complex and the different ways that words we can use to make the meaning stronger or more intense. It's complex but feasible. It's a bit complex but feasible. Now, careful with the pronunciations. A bit, not beat, bit. It's a little complex but feasible. It's somewhat complex but feasible. It's kind of complex but feasible. And always remember that in speaking, usually kind of will become kinda. It's kinda complex but feasible. It's very complex but feasible. It's really complex but feasible. It's extremely complex but feasible. Now, as we look here at the different vocabulary, different ideas, we've got it's complex but feasible. It's complicated. Complicated but feasible. It's tricky but feasible. It's challenging but feasible. It's tough but feasible. So as we took our previous sentence, it's complex but feasible, we now have different varieties, different vocabulary to use. Now, as we look at the pronunciation, complex, complex. Next one, complicated. So the second syllable is complicated, not complicated. Tricky, tricky. Challenging or tough, okay? Challenging or tough. Now, as we look at feasible, we have other options. It's a bit complex, but feasible. It's a bit complex, but it can be done. It's a bit complex, but we can handle it. It's a bit complex, but doable. It's a bit complex, but achievable. Let's look at these three words. So, feasible, feasible. It's the idea that it's possible and practical, and it's possible, basically. Doable is very similar to the verb do, but you add the able, doable. Means it's possible, it's able to be done. Very similar in meaning, these words. The next one is achievable. Careful with the pronunciation. Achievable. Doable. Achievable. Again, it's the idea that it's possible, able to be reached or accomplished. Now, look again at the strong syllable. Feasible. Feasible. Doable. Doable. Achievable. Achievable. Let's see some examples. It's a little tricky, but doable. I'll need to collaborate closely with the back-end team to ensure the data integration aligns with the sprint timeline. It's kind of tough, but achievable. Regular check-ins and pair programming sessions will help ensure it fits with our project requirements. It's challenging, but definitely feasible. We'll need to ensure our approach is compatible with our development process to meet the sprint deadlines effectively. Next question. What support will you need for these tasks? What help will you need for these tasks? How can we support you with these tasks? As always, we're looking at different variations of the same question. Now, if you're responding with I will need help with, the most common in speaking is to take I will and contract to I'll. Almost sounds like I with the letter L. I'll need help with. So I will need help with, I'll need help with. Now, you can say I'll need help with, or I'll need a noun, or I'll need someone to help me. Help is a noun and it's also a verb. I remember this was very confusing for one student before, that it's possible to say I want to help you, but also possible to use as a noun, I need help with. Now, the other possibility is to use going to, and there's absolutely no problem in this case that I'm going to need help with, I'm going to need in a noun, I'm going to need someone to help me. Now, as the basic differences is that with will, usually you are making the decision now in this moment, and it's more spontaneous. So I'll need help with is that you're considering help or the decision now. If you say I'm going to need help with, it's the idea you already made the decision in the previous moment, already planned that help will be needed. For example, how can we support you with these tasks? I'll need someone to help me with these tasks. The idea is you're making the decision in this moment, considering help now. How are we going to support you with these tasks? I'm going to need someone to help me with these tasks. The idea of you made the decision in the previous moment, and it's already planned. Now, please don't worry too much about will and going to. There are some basic differences, but they're very similar, they're very interchangeable. In this lesson, really, you will use will because in this context, the person is making a decision in the moment. And that's why my examples will show will. Now, as we look here at help as a verb, you can say, I'll need someone to help me, but be careful with small mistakes. You cannot say, I'll need someone help me, or I'll need someone for help me. It needs to be, I'll need someone to help me. Or I'll need someone to help me with setting up the development environment. Again, I will need that someone help me, I will need someone help me. They're both incorrect. They're common mistakes, but careful. Help as a noun, you can use it here. I'll need help, and the next verb will be verb ing. I'll need help setting up the development environment. I'll need help to set up the development environment. So this form is possible, but less common. It's the only difference. And this is incorrect. I'll need help set up. It needs to be I'll need help setting up is the most common, or I'll need help to set up. It's possible, less common. I'll need help set up is incorrect. Some examples. I'll need help with initial pair programming sessions and regular check-ins to ensure we stay on track and resolve any issues quickly. I'll need help with the smooth data integration from the backend team, along with design resources and feedback sessions to refine our features. I'll need someone to help me with setting up the development environment and continuous feedback to follow best practices and meet project goals. Okay guys, that ends this lesson about strategies for upcoming sprints. If you have questions or doubts, please leave a comment or send me a message. I'd be very happy to respond. I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we're going to talk about discussing and refining database schema designs for products. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn vocabulary, words, and pronunciation about discussing and refining database schema designs for products. In the following dialogue about Product 2, they're having a technical meeting about the supply chain management platform, and they're looking about scalability and performance. So listen to the following dialogue and listen carefully to the questions about database and schema designs.
Morning, everyone. Let's focus on the scalable schema for our supply chain platform. Can you walk us through the current design?
Sure. We've designed a schema that prioritizes efficiency and scalability. It's structured to handle large volumes of data and complex queries.
That's crucial for our inventory and order management features. Are we using a relational database for this?
Yes, we're leaning towards an SQL database for its robust transactional support. However, for certain unstructured data, a NoSQL solution might be appropriate.
Balancing structured and unstructured data is key. How do we ensure data integrity across these systems?
We'll implement consistent validation rules and regular audits. For the NoSQL part, I suggest using schema validation where possible.
What about query performance? Our system will need to handle complex queries efficiently.
Indexing will be critical. We'll index the most queried fields and regularly monitor query performance for optimizations.
Good point. And in terms of scalability, how are we planning to accommodate future growth?
Our architecture will allow for horizontal scaling. We can add more database instances as needed and distribute the load effectively.
I'll need to ensure the back-end APIs can handle this scaling without issues. We might consider load balancing techniques as well.
Definitely. Let's also plan for stress testing to see how the system performs under peak loads. We need to identify any potential bottlenecks early.
Agreed. I'll prepare a detailed documentation of the schema for the team to review. Let's aim for a schema that's both robust and adaptable.
Okay guys, now we've heard the dialogue, let's look at these 5 questions in much more detail. Okay guys, now we've heard the dialogue, let's look in much more detail at these 5 questions. Can you walk us through the current design? Are we using a relational database for this? How do we ensure data integrity across these systems? What about query performance? How are we planning to accommodate future growth? So let's see each question in much more detail. The first question here is, can you walk us through the current design? Can you take us through the current design? Can you explain the current design? So variations of the same question. But let's look at this expression here about to walk someone through. It's extremely common in English to ask in a meeting, can you walk me through? As in, can you explain something step by step, slowly in detail? Now remember, through is pronounced as the through. I know you can see the G and H, but throg does not exist. It's through, through. Now we have the expression to walk someone through something. We also have to take someone through something. It's extremely similar in meaning. It's a small variation, but it is possible. And then to go through something, again, is the idea to review or discuss something. They're almost exactly the same. They're extremely similar, but you can see all 3. Now, the next words that are extremely useful are important is to scale, scalable, scalability, to work at scale, or to scale up, or to scale down. Now, to scale is to grow or reduce in size. All companies want to scale their products. Everybody wants to scale their service because, well, you make more money. Scalable is the idea if something is scalable, it's possible or it's able to grow or reduce in size. Scalability is the noun, like scalable is an adjective. This is the noun. Scalability talks about how easily something can grow or reduce. Work at scale. So it's really the crucial word is at. Not on or in scale, but at scale. To work at scale is to function at a large size. Big organizations, Netflix, Facebook, Google, etc., they work at scale. Actually, they work at a huge, really high scale. To scale up or to scale down. This is just a small addition to the idea that to scale up is like to increase, but maybe to increase a lot. Sometimes SaaS service as a software as a service, sometimes they scale up quickly or sometimes they scale down, depending. Now some more vocabulary with the pronunciation. Transactional support. So transactional support. So careful with the last syllable. Transactional. Transactional support. The last syllable of support is wrong. Not support, but support. Unstructured data. Unstructured data. Unstructured data. So pause and work with your pronunciation if necessary. Now, structured is organized in a clear way. Unstructured is the opposite. Now, designed, planned and created for a specific purpose. And optimized is to make something as effective or efficient as possible. To optimize your features, optimize your search, etc. Now, we have here structured. Okay? Structured, organized in a clear way. Designed. Now, I know that you can see the D at the end, the ED. It's not designed, it's designed. So the first syllable is very soft. Designed. Designed. Optimized. So the first syllable has this P. Up, like there. Optimized. Optimized. Make as effective or efficient as possible. Now we have three crucial verbs here, which is to handle large data. Now remember with the H, there's a millisecond of exhalation, air coming out. Handle. Not handle or handle, but handle. To manage, so again, not manage, the first syllable is a strong one. Manage large data, or to process. Process. So one more time. Handle. Millisecond of exhalation in the H. Handle. To deal with something or take care of something. Manage. To control or organize something. And then process. So the first syllable, you let the mouth come down. Process. Again, process. To perform a series of actions or something to achieve a particular result. Now, this is where we combine all of this vocabulary together. It's structured to handle large data. It's designed to manage large data. It's optimized to process large data. This is where you start to build up your sentences and build up your ideas and knowledge of how you can create sentences. Some examples. Sure, our design focuses on scalability and efficiency. It's structured to handle large data volumes and complex queries. We use an SQL database for structured data, ensuring robust transactional support, and NoSQL for unstructured data with schema validation. The system is optimized to manage large data efficiently, allowing us to scale up or down as needed. The schema is designed for scalability and performance optimization. We use SQL for structured data due to its robust transactional support and NoSQL with schema validation for unstructured data. Our architecture supports horizontal scaling, enabling us to work at scale effectively. Our design prioritizes scalability and data integrity. We use a SQL database for structured data and NoSQL with schema validation for unstructured data. It's structured to handle large data, designed for scalability, and optimized to process complex queries. Next question. Are we using a relational database for this? Do we use a relational database for this? Have we been using a relational database? So let's look at three verbs here that are very similar, and it's all about the idea of thinking about our opinion. Yes, we're leaning towards. Now again, the idea is that you are thinking about a decision, but the decision is not final. Leaning literally is sort of the idea of considering. All these verbs are really very similar. We're considering an SQL database. We're thinking about a SQL database. As we look here at this sentence from the dialogue, a SQL database for its robust transactional support. We have two other options to replace for its. We can say because of its robust transactional support or due to its robust transactional support. Just showing you different vocabulary and different options. And as we look here for transactional support, we also have different variations of its robust handling of transactions, strong transaction processing, reliable management of transactions. Again, different variations of the same basic idea. However, for unstructured data, a NoSQL solution might be appropriate. So if you're not sure, the word however is a very formal version of but. It's a little bit nicer in writing to put however, but really you can use but all the time. And then the last option is on the other hand. For certain unstructured data, a NoSQL solution might be appropriate. Now, as we look at this word appropriate, we can say a NoSQL solution might be appropriate. A NoSQL solution could be suitable. A NoSQL solution may be ideal. Now, as we look here at the word appropriate, means right or correct for a particular situation. You can say something appropriate, it's the correct thing. Inappropriate, it's not the correct thing. But the pronunciation here is appropriate. Appropriate. The next one is extremely similar, almost the same idea. The idea that's right or correct for a particular idea or situation. Now, I know in the writing, you can see S-U-I-T-A-B-L-E. The first four letters, S-U-I-T, I promise you the pronunciation is not sweet. It's suit. Suitable. Suitable. Don't say suitable. Suitable. And then ideal is the idea of like perfect or best. Ideal. Ideal. Some examples. Yes, we're leaning towards a SQL database for its robust transactional support. However, for certain unstructured data, a NoSQL solution might be appropriate. Yes, we're considering a SQL database because of its strong transaction processing. But for certain unstructured data, a NoSQL solution could be ideal. Yes, we're thinking about a SQL database due to its reliable management of transactions. On the other hand, for certain unstructured data, a NoSQL solution could be suitable. Next question. How do we ensure data integrity across these systems? How do we make sure we have data integrity across these systems? How can we ensure data integrity between these systems? Let's look at these three words. We've got across, between, and within. Across covers all systems or parts. Between is on the focus on the interactions between systems. And within is the idea of ensure data integrity inside each system. Now, let's see some examples and understand this maybe a little bit better. Across, we need to ensure data integrity across all systems. We need to ensure data integrity between these two systems. We need to ensure data integrity within each system. So as we look at the scenario, for example, across, if you are implementing a security update, if you say we applied the security update across all servers to ensure they are all protected, The idea is the update was implemented on every server without exception. Between, with the scenario of data synchronization, we need to ensure data consistency between the database and the application. The focus is on making sure that the data matches and is correctly shared between two systems, the database and the application. Now, another scenario here within of database management, we checked the data integrity within the database to ensure there are no corrupt records. The focus is on the internal condition of the database itself, ensuring that all database inside this one is correct and reliable. Now we have 4 crucial verbs: to implement, to establish, to introduce, and to set up. To implement is to put into action or start using something, implement features, implement new ideas. To establish is to set up or to create something officially. Introduce is to start using something new for the first time. And to set up, I think we have seen it in a different lesson, is to arrange or prepare something for use. Now, some more vocabulary when answering this question. Regular backups, which is making copies of data at regular intervals to prevent data loss. Data encryption, converting data into a coded format to prevent unauthorized access. Access controls, which are rules that determine who can view or use the data. Let's look here at the pronunciation. So it's regular, regular backups, backups. Data, so data, data, not data or data, data. Encryption. So the last syllable is the shun, encryption. Access, strong syllable the first, access controls. Access controls. Some examples. To make sure we have data integrity across all systems, we will introduce regular backups, data encryption, and establish strict access controls. We need to ensure data integrity across all systems by implementing regular backups, data encryption, and access controls. To make sure we have data integrity across the systems, we will establish consistent validation rules and set up regular audits. We need to ensure data integrity between these systems by implementing data encryption and establishing access controls to regulate data flow. We will introduce regular backups and set up validation rules to monitor data interactions. Next question. What about query performance? What are the query performance metrics? What measures are we taking for query performance? As we look at the example here from the dialogue, indexing will be critical. We'll index the most queried fields and regularly monitor query performance for optimizations. So let's analyze in more detail. When the verb starts a sentence, indexing is essential. And other words for essential are indexing is crucial, indexing will be vital, indexing is key. But the most important thing, if you're starting the sentence with the verb, it must be with ing. To optimize query structure, to use caching, to partition data. Now, let's look closely at the pronunciation. So, up is the strong P, up, optimize. Okay? The next part, query. So it's a real connection with the lips. Query, query, structure, optimize, query, structure. Use caching. You can see this image here, that it's the same word as the word like cash, like money. Use caching. Implementing caching strategies is to store frequently accessed data for faster retrieval. Partitioning data, which is dividing large tables into smaller, more manageable pieces to improve query performance. So, partitioning data. Partitioning data. Now, as we look here, these are some examples of starting the sentence with a verb. Indexing is key. Optimizing query structure is essential. Using caching is crucial. Partitioning data will be vital. Now, as we look here, the most queried fields, we do have two alternatives to this. Index the most frequently queried fields. Index the most commonly queried fields. Now, as we look here at the pronunciation of regular, so it's regular and then regularly. Slowly, regularly. Regularly. Monitor query performance. Now, if regularly is difficult to pronounce, we have some alternatives. Regularly monitor query performance. Continuously monitor query performance. Frequently monitor query performance. Consistently monitor query performance. Some examples. Indexing is essential for improving query performance, especially when dealing with large data sets. We should index the most frequently queried fields to ensure that our system can handle complex queries efficiently. Additionally, optimizing the query structure will be vital. Indexing will be crucial in our approach. By indexing the most commonly queried columns, we can significantly boost query performance. However, it's also important to use caching. Implementing caching strategies to store frequently accessed data will help retrieve data faster, reducing the load on the database during complex queries. Indexing the most queried fields is critical to our query performance strategy. To further enhance efficiency, we should also focus on optimizing query structure by rewriting them for efficiency and eliminating unnecessary operations. Additionally, partitioning data into smaller, more manageable pieces will be vital for maintaining performance as our dataset grows. Next question. How are we planning to accommodate future growth? How are we planning to adjust for future growth? How do we intend to prepare for future growth? So the word accommodate, it's similar to accommodation, like a hotel or a place you can Airbnb, place you can stay. The idea of to make space for something or to change something so it works better. Now we have different variations that you can use to adapt for, adjust for, or prepare for. Now, looking at the dialogue, we have here will allow for. Our architecture will allow for horizontal scaling. We can add more database instances as needed and distribute the load effectively. Let's look at this excerpt, this example from the dialogue, and look at variations. So when we say allow for horizontal scaling, we can also say our architecture will handle horizontal scaling. Our architecture will support horizontal scaling. They're all extremely similar. Variations of as needed, we can say when required, as necessary, whenever needed. And this is the idea that there's more flexibility as opposed to when necessary or when needed. Whenever is the idea is more flexible. As required. So we can add more database instances as needed, when required, as necessary, whenever needed, when necessary, as required. Different variations on the same idea. And distribute the load effectively. So we can say and spread the load appropriately and balance the load efficiently and manage the load efficiently. Now, looking at the pronunciation of architecture. Architecture is the design and structure of building systems or software. Rigorous, which is usually about rigorous testing, is about consistent or very detailed. rigorous. Rigorous is the idea of very detailed and precise, checking everything very, very carefully. Another similar word is thorough. Some examples. We aim to accommodate future growth by designing a flexible architecture that supports horizontal scaling. This approach will enable us to add more database instances when required, ensuring that we can handle increased demand. Additionally, it will allow us to balance the load efficiently, providing consistent performance as our needs evolve. To adapt to future growth, we will implement a scalable architecture that allows for horizontal scaling of our systems. This design will permit us to manage the load efficiently as needed, ensuring that we can quickly and effectively respond to increased demand. By preparing our infrastructure in this way, we can maintain high performance and reliability. We are preparing for future growth by enabling our system to handle horizontal scaling of database instances. This strategy will spread the load appropriately across our resources, ensuring optimal performance. It will also allow us to ensure our architecture can manage increased demand seamlessly, supporting continuous growth and expansion. Okay guys, that ends this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about showcasing innovative and new features and getting feedback. See you in the next lesson, guys. Hey guys, in this lesson, we're going to learn about showcasing innovative features and getting feedback. In this dialogue with Product 1, they're going to look at the new and innovative features that they're going to show to the stakeholders and get feedback. Listen to the following dialogue and listen to the questions they ask about special and innovative features.
Good morning, team. Our prototype presentation for the Crafts Store website is coming up. How's the front end coming along?
It's looking good. The responsive design is implemented, and the interactive elements really bring the crafts to life.
I've been focusing on the UX. The navigation is intuitive, and the program pages are visually engaging, emphasizing the artisanal quality.
That's great. We need to ensure our presentation highlights these innovative aspects. What are the key features we should focus on?
We should definitely showcase the interactive product galleries and the seamless checkout process. They are central to the user experience.
Agreed. Also, the storytelling element on the product pages is unique. It connects customers with the artisan's stories.
Excellent points. How about the technical side? Anything we should highlight?
Yes, the use of React has allowed us to create a dynamic and responsive interface. It's worth mentioning how this benefits the site's performance and scalability.
Good. Let's also prepare to answer questions on accessibility and SEO strategies. Stakeholders will be interested in how we're addressing these.
I'll prepare some slides on our design philosophy and how it aligns with the brand identity of the store.
I'll add in some technical details, especially about our responsive design approach and the interactive features.
Perfect. Remember, this presentation is not just about showing what we've done, but also about gathering feedback for further improvements.
Okay guys, now we've heard the dialogue, let's look at in detail at these three questions. How's the front end coming along? What are the key features we should focus on? How about the technical side? Anything we should highlight? So let's look at the questions one by one. How's the front end coming along? How's the front end going? How's everything going with the front end? Now, coming along means getting better or making progress. When you ask, how's the front end coming along? You're really asking, what is the status? What is the progress? I know it's progressing, but how is it coming along? Tell me about the status. How's it going? How's it going with? How's the front end going? It's a simple way to ask about the status of something. How's everything going with is a specific way to ask about something more specific. How's everything going with the back end? How's everything going with the new framework, etc.? How's everything going with the front end? Now, it's important to understand that When you have a question like this, you need to have the how is contraction to hows. And don't make the mistake to forget the verb to be. How the front end going is incorrect. How's the front end going? Of course, it could be anything. How's the back end going or whatever. Now, again, careful with the word order. For a lot of languages, you don't change word order in the questions. In English, how is the front end coming along? And then your instinct maybe in your language is how the front end is coming along, where you're only changing the intonation, but not changing the word order. So as we look at examples here, how's the front end coming along? It's looking good. The responsive design is implemented and the interactive elements really bring the crafts to life. Now, as we look here at different answers or possibilities, it's looking good. Everything seems to be on track. The progress is great so far or until now, and the design is turning out well. So let's see this vocabulary a bit better. To be on track. If you know the idea of a train, the train and its wheels, they're on a track. If something is on track, it's in the right direction, it's going correctly. It's to be on time or going as planned. So far or until now is just two expressions to talk about up to this point in time and to turn out well. Turn out is about the result. Is it the result? Is it developing in a good or successful way? Let's look at this next example from the dialogue. I've been focusing on the UX. And we call this grammar the present perfect continuous. Not that maybe you know, maybe you don't know from grammar. It's not so important. But let's look at how we use it. This means that you started something time before and are still doing it now. For example, I am focusing on the UX is present continuous. I am. That means you are doing it right now. I have been contracted to I've been focusing on the UX. You started doing it some time ago and you are still doing it now. So when you talk about I'm focusing on the UX, you're doing this now in this very moment to give you a comparison between the two grammar tenses. I've been focusing on the UX means you started focusing on the UX earlier or sometime before and you're still doing it now. So as we look at this grammar and we're looking side by side, here's just a little bit of vocabulary. So refine the design, to work on real-time data updates, to work on advanced search filters. So to refine the design means to make small changes or improve the quality or functionality of a design. Refine. To work on real-time data updates is data that is delivered immediately after collection without delay. And advanced search filters. So careful with the pronunciation of advanced. I know at the end you can see a D, but it's a T sound. Advanced. Advanced. Search tools that allow users to narrow down search results using various criteria. Now, some side-by-side examples are, I am focusing on the UX, that means right now. I've been focusing on the UX means you started before and still doing it. I am refining the design, it's happening now. I've been refining the design, started before some time and you're still working. I am working on real-time data updates, it means now. I've been working on real-time data updates. You started working on it before and you're still doing it. Now, as we look at this example from the dialogue, the navigation is intuitive. Intuitive. And other words for intuitive are easy to use, user-friendly, straightforward, simple to navigate. There's a lot of different ways to talk about a UI or a website, and these are some vocabulary that are very useful. Now, look at the pronunciation, intuitive. Intuitive. The navigation is intuitive and the product pages are visually engaging. Straightforward means it's simple and easy to use. Straightforward. Again, I know you can see the GH, but straightforward. Straightforward means the website is simple and easy to use. Everything is clear and users can quickly find what they need without confusion. Some examples. Everything seems to be on track. The design is turning out well with responsive elements implemented effectively. We've also been making steady progress with the interactive features that really enhance the user experience. The progress is great so far. The responsive design is not just functional, but also visually appealing. I've been focusing on refining the overall user experience. The navigation has been designed to be simple and intuitive, ensuring that users can easily find their way around. It's looking good. We're on track with the development, and the design is exceeding expectations. The responsive layout is fully integrated, and the site's performance is strong. I've also been working on refining the design to align seamlessly with the brand's identity while keeping it intuitive and straightforward for users. Next question. What are the key features we should focus on? What are the key features to focus on? What key features should we focus on? Now, let's look again at this word should. As we look here, I should do it. Remember, I should to do it is incorrect. And with the negative, we always use the word not. And the not, should not, will become shouldn't. And the next, and the most important, is about should I do it? As in, you must change the word order for questions. For example, I shouldn't do it is correct, and you never use don't with should. And then should we, you change the word order. You never add do to should. As we have here should, we also have different verbs to talk about obligation. Should, have to, need to, must, and gotta. Should suggests a good idea or advice. We should focus on the deployment of the new features. Have to indicates necessity or obligation. We have to prepare the presentation by tomorrow, when something is required by a rule or situation. And just remember the difference is have to. It's a little bit of an F sound, as opposed to I have for possession. Need to, extremely similar to have to, which is the idea of necessary or important to do. We need to ensure the website is user-friendly when something is important for a specific purpose. Must indicates a strong obligation or requirement. Now, in other languages, the translation of must, like in Italian or Polish or German, it's extremely common. In English, we prefer to use must for something that's extremely strong obligation. There are some other ideas, but we don't use it very much. It's not super common. It's for strict rules or strong recommendations. We must highlight the key features in our presentation. Gotta is an informal version of have to. We gotta make sure everything works. Now, it's casual speaking. It's the same idea as have to, but gotta is only for now. You can't use it for past or for future. Now, looking at some more verbs to show how we're going to build our answer, focus on, verb ing, concentrate on, verb ing, prioritize, and verb ing. So focus on enhancing performance. Look again, see it's EING, enhancing. Concentrate on improving load times. Prioritize optimizing user flow. Concentrate on strengthening security measures. So as we look at this vocabulary, enhancing performance. So the H has a millisecond of exhalation. Enhancing performance. Improving load times, making websites or apps open faster. Improving load times. Optimizing user flow, making it easier for people to move through a website or app. Optimizing user flow. Strengthening security measures. So strengthening security measures. One more time. Strengthening security measures. Some examples. We should focus on the interactive product galleries and the smooth checkout process, as they are key to the user experience. Also, we need to prioritize improving load times and making the user flow smoother. These steps are important to keep our website engaging and efficient. We have to focus on enhancing performance and prioritize optimizing the user flow with the storytelling on the product pages, as they are key to connecting customers with the artisan stories. We also need to concentrate on strengthening security measures to protect user data. Highlighting these aspects will show our commitment to quality and security. We should focus on highlighting the dynamic and responsive interface powered by React, as it enhances the user experience and boosts the site's performance and scalability. Additionally, we need to concentrate on improving load times and ensure our presentation covers accessibility and SEO strategies. These are crucial for reaching a bigger audience and improving our search rankings. Next question. How about the technical side? Anything we should highlight? Is there anything on the technical side we should highlight? Anything else to highlight on the technical side? Again, just variations of the same question. So we have here the verb to mention. Means to talk about or to briefly refer to something when speaking or writing. We can also say to point out, which is direct attention to something important that maybe you see someone doesn't know or understand, you point out. To highlight is to emphasize, make something stand out, maybe really give attention, highlight. And to bring up is to start talking about a particular topic. So we have here, you should mention, or it's worth pointing out. Don't forget to highlight, make sure to bring up. That's a way to say to another person, you need to talk about this. Now, let's look at this expression. It's worth mentioning how this benefits the site's performance and scalability. When we say something is worth doing, it means that the action is good or useful enough to spend time or money on it. Now, with the pronunciation is worth. And the verb after is always ing. To be worth doing something. To worth to do, worth do, both are completely incorrect. And the short version is it's worth it. It's not worth it. And if you add a verb, it's an ing. It's worth doing it. Be careful not to make the mistakes of the other two. It worth it is worth it. It's worth it. Some examples. You should definitely mention how the use of React has improved the site's performance and scalability. It's worth highlighting how this technology choice benefits the overall user experience. Additionally, don't forget to bring up how we've optimized the code to ensure faster load times. It's worth mentioning that the backend is designed to handle real-time data updates, which significantly enhances the site's responsiveness. We should also point out the security measures we've implemented to protect user data. Make sure to highlight these aspects as they are crucial for our stakeholders. Make sure to mention the optimization strategies we've employed, which have boosted both performance and scalability. It's also important to highlight the integration of advanced caching techniques. Don't forget to bring up how these efforts contribute to a seamless and secure user experience. Okay, this is where the course ends for now. Thank you so much for watching. If you have comments, ideas, or suggestions, please let me know. The next section is just all of the dialogues from the course with an electronic quiz. Thank you so much for the trust. It was a lot of hard work to create this course. Thank you guys. Thanks for watching.
Our project is a website redesign focusing on enhancing the user experience for a craft store. We are in the requirements gathering phase.
Hey, I'm Alex. I'll be working on front-end development. Are we emphasizing anything specific for this project?
Yes, we're focusing on responsive design and accessibility. For the front end, we're using HTML5, CSS3 for structuring and styling, and React for a dynamic, interactive user experience. This will help us build reusable components and manage the application's state effectively.
That makes sense. How do we plan to handle customer feedback and artisan input?
We plan to conduct surveys and maybe some focus groups. It's important we understand the user journey from their perspective.
Right. Alex, you'll start by getting acquainted with our front-end workflow. Any questions?
What's the timeline for the initial prototype?
We're aiming for a prototype in the next 6 weeks. We'll meet regularly to track progress and address any challenges.
Sounds good. I'm eager to contribute and work with everyone.
We're currently focusing on developing advanced order management and real-time inventory tracking features.
That sounds complex. What's our current sprint focus?
We're enhancing the supplier integration module. It's crucial for automating order placements and tracking performance. Taylor, your expertise in API development will be valuable here. We're looking at optimizing data flow between our platform and external systems.
We have regular sprint planning meetings and retrospectives to discuss progress and challenges.
How often do we meet for these Agile ceremonies?
Daily stand-ups each morning, sprint planning every 2 weeks, and retrospectives at the end of each sprint. During these meetings, we discuss tasks, share updates, and tackle blockers. It's a time for the team to sync up. Feel free to reach out if you need any help with user stories or the business side of things.
Will do. How do we handle stakeholder feedback?
We engage with stakeholders through reviews and demos. Their feedback helps us prioritize and refine our backlog. Our sprints are adaptive, allowing us to pivot or adjust based on feedback or new insights.
Can you give me an overview of the project's vision and scope?
Absolutely. Our vision is to create a user-friendly real estate portal that stands out in the market. We're focusing on providing an intuitive, informative, and interactive experience for both buyers and agents.
What makes our portal stand out from others in the market?
We're integrating advanced features like interactive property maps, mortgage calculators, and a sophisticated AI for property recommendations. Our goal is to make property searching as seamless as possible.
I see. How extensive is the scope in terms of technical architecture?
We're building a robust platform that can handle extensive property listings with high-resolution images and virtual tours. It will be optimized for mobile and adhere to web accessibility standards.
That makes sense. Are there specific challenges or focus areas you anticipate for the development team?
One of our main challenges will be focusing on a smooth user experience despite the heavy data load. We also need to focus on SEO strategies to increase our visibility in search results.
Understood. I'm looking forward to contributing to this project and tackling these challenges.
I'm reviewing the user stories for the supplier integration module. Some of the technical requirements are not very clear. Could you clarify them for me?
What specifically do you need clarification on?
For the real-time inventory tracking feature, are we pulling data directly from the supplier's systems or through a centralized database?
Good question. We're integrating directly with the supplier's systems using APIs. This allows us to access real-time data without significant delays.
Got it. And what about handling different data formats from various suppliers?
We're planning to use a middleware solution that standardizes the data formats before they are processed by our system.
That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. Another thing. How are we ensuring data security during these integrations?
Data security is a priority. We're using encrypted channels for all data transfers and implementing OAuth for secure authentication.
Getting these clarifications helps me understand the scope better.
I'm just trying to get a better understanding of our tech stack for the website redesign. Can you walk me through our main technologies?
Sure, Evelyn. We're mainly using HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript. For the front end, we decided on React because of its component-based architecture, which is great for our dynamic content needs.
That makes sense. Are we using any specific libraries or frameworks with React?
Yes, we're incorporating Redux for state management and React Router for navigation. We also use Sass for more efficient CSS coding.
Got it. And what about the back end? Are we integrating with any CMS?
We're going with a headless CMS approach, potentially with Contentful. It gives us more flexibility with our front-end design and is great for content management.
Okay, what's our approach to responsive design and accessibility?
For responsive design, we're focusing on a mobile-first approach. Accessibility is also key, so we're ensuring compliance with WCAG standards.
Are there any specific development tools or environments we're using?
We're using Visual Studio Code as our primary IDE. For version control, we've chosen Git and GitHub for collaboration. We're also setting up a CI/CD pipeline using Jenkins. Welcome to the team. I'm excited to get you up to speed on our project.
Thank you. I'm anxious to learn about my role and how I can contribute.
Great. You're joining us at a crucial time. We're in the process of redesigning a website for a handmade crafts and artisan goods store. Our main focus is on enhancing the user experience and ensuring the site reflects the unique character of the store.
Okay, what are my specific responsibilities?
Your primary role will be in front-end development. We're focusing on creating a responsive, accessible design that aligns with the brand identity of the store. You'll be working with HTML5, CSS3, and React to build a dynamic interface.
Am I going to work on other parts of the project as well?
Absolutely. You'll also be a part of the team working on the user interface, the UI design. This includes developing wireframes, creating interactive elements like hover effects on product images, and optimizing the checkout process to minimize steps and reduce cart abandonment.
And what about the technical aspects like performance optimization?
Performance optimization is critical. You are going to focus on ensuring the site is fast, responsive, and scalable. This includes optimizing image loading, ensuring cross-browser compatibility, and adhering to accessibility standards.
Hey, today I'm going to walk you through the tools we use for our supply chain platform's design. We start with Figma for our UI/UX designs. It's a collaborative interface design tool. You can see real-time edits and leave feedback directly on the design drafts.
Are the designs then handed over to the development team?
Exactly. We use Zeppelin for handoff. It helps bridge the gap between designers and developers by providing specs, assets, and code snippets.
What about the testing tools?
Hi, I'm the QA engineer. For testing, we use a combination of manual and automated tools. Selenium is our go-to for automated testing, especially for regression and functional tests.
I've worked with Selenium before. Do we integrate it with any CI/CD tools?
Yes, we integrate Selenium tests into our Jenkins pipeline. It helps us automate the testing process as part of continuous integration.
What about performance and load testing?
For performance, we rely on JMeter. It's great for load testing and analyzing performance metrics. Understanding how the system behaves under stress is crucial for our platform.
Agreed. Are there any specific practices we follow during the QA phase?
Definitely. We emphasize test-driven development, TDD. So, you'll be expected to write tests before the actual code. It's a bit challenging, but great for ensuring quality. What are the key aspects of code quality here?
First, readability is essential. Your code should be clean and easy to understand. We use meaningful variable names and maintain a consistent coding style.
How about testing and debugging practices?
Here, we work with test-driven development. Writing tests before your actual code helps catch bugs early and ensures you write only necessary code.
And regarding debugging, it's important to write code that's easy to debug. We often use logging and breakpoints during development to understand the flow and catch issues.
Got it. What tools do we use for version control and code reviews?
We use Git for version control. For code reviews, we utilize GitHub pull requests. It's a collaborative process where team members comment and suggest improvements on new code submissions.
And I'd add that performance is another critical aspect. We constantly monitor performance metrics and optimize code to ensure the website runs smoothly and efficiently.
How do we ensure consistency in coding standards across the team?
We have a set of coding guidelines documented. Plus, during code reviews, we ensure everyone adheres to these standards. It's a team effort.
What specific requirements are we targeting?
I've conducted some market research. Our primary goal is to enhance the user experience to increase engagement and sales. This includes a clean design, intuitive navigation, and showing the uniqueness of the crafts.
Are we considering any particular technologies or platforms?
We're thinking about using a flexible platform like WordPress or Shopify, considering their wide range of e-commerce functionalities. For technology, HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript are our primary choices.
What about the mobile responsiveness and accessibility aspects?
Mobile responsiveness is non-negotiable. A significant portion of our audience accesses the site via mobile devices. We need to comply with WCAG standards to make sure that the site is accessible to all.
Okay, that makes sense. And about the product categories, how are we planning to structure them?
We want to categorize products in a way that's easy for users to navigate and find what they're looking for. This might involve detailed profiling of our target audience to understand their browsing and purchasing behaviors.
As a senior stakeholder, my main concern is how the portal addresses the evolving needs of real estate buyers and agents. We need to make sure our platform offers comprehensive and user-friendly features.
From a development standpoint, what specific features should we prioritize to ensure our platform is both comprehensive and user-friendly?
The search functionality is a top priority. It should be powerful but user-friendly, allowing detailed filters and easy navigation. We also want to integrate interactive maps and virtual tours to enhance the user experience, which aligns with our goal of providing comprehensive features.
Another key aspect is mobile optimization. A significant portion of our users will access the portal via smartphones, so the design must be responsive and seamless on mobile devices. How can we ensure that mobile optimization is effectively implemented?
How can we ensure that mobile optimization is effectively implemented?
To ensure effective mobile optimization, we'll implement a responsive design that adapts seamlessly to various screen sizes and devices. This involves optimizing images and assets for faster loading times and using mobile-friendly navigation patterns to enhance user experience. By prioritizing mobile optimization, we align with our strategic goal of increasing user engagement.
Understood. To support our strategic goals, are there any particular technologies or frameworks we're considering that can enhance efficiency and robustness?
We're going to use React for the front end for its efficiency, ensuring a smooth user experience, and Angular for robust back-end services. For the database, PostgreSQL is ideal because of its scalability, which supports our goal of handling large data volumes efficiently. Good morning. Today, we need to focus on integrating the recent feedback into our supply chain platform. We've received valuable insights from our last stakeholder meeting.
What kind of feedback are we looking at?
We've got suggestions on improving user interfaces for the inventory tracking system and requests for more advanced analytics features.
The feedback on the inventory interface is particularly actionable. We've observed that users need clearer navigation and more intuitive controls.
That makes sense. Are we considering a complete overhaul of the UI? Or are we focusing on incremental improvements based on the stakeholder feedback?
Incremental improvements for now. Let's start by simplifying the dashboard layout. Could you explore ways to make the interface more user-friendly, as suggested by the stakeholders?
Absolutely. I can draft some initial designs and run them through usability testing to ensure they align with the stakeholder feedback.
That's great! Regarding the analytics feature, we need to enhance our data visualization capabilities. The stakeholders want more detailed and interactive reports. How can we make sure we meet these expectations?
I suggest we look into integrating tools like Tableau or Power BI for that purpose. They offer robust data visualization options that stakeholders are looking for.
Integrating those tools will also give us an opportunity to handle larger data sets more effectively. How do we plan to gather and incorporate ongoing stakeholder feedback on these tools?
Excellent point. We can set up regular review sessions with stakeholders to ensure their feedback is continuously integrated. It's vital that all these changes align with our overall platform architecture and don't compromise performance.
As we increase our efforts, it's crucial to understand how to use Jira effectively for project management. It helps us track progress and collaborate efficiently.
I've used Jira before, but I'm not completely confident with all its features. Could you guide me on updating task status and logging requirements?
Sure. When you start working on a task, first update its status to in progress. This lets everyone know you're actively working on it. For logging requirements or acceptance criteria, you can add them in the task's description or comments module.
What about flagging blockers or dependencies?
If you encounter a blocker, flag the task using the blocker label and provide a brief explanation of the issue. For dependencies, link the relevant tasks using the link feature and note any specific dependencies in the comments.
It's also important to log your time spent on each task. This helps in tracking our project's time allocation and budgeting.
How detailed should the time tracking be?
Try to be as accurate as possible. Record the time spent each day on the task. This information is invaluable for our sprint retrospectives and future planning.
Yes, and make sure to regularly check the project board for updates on other tasks. It gives you an overview of the project's progress and any shifts in priorities.
That makes sense. I'll start practicing these steps to get more comfortable with Jira.
Remember, the goal is to keep the entire team informed and aligned. Jira is a powerful tool for that, especially in a project as dynamic as our real estate portal.
Exactly. If you have any questions or run into any difficulties, feel free to ask. We're here to help each other.
Good morning. Our main agenda today is to refine our product backlog for the craft store website redesign. We need to prioritize our tasks effectively.
Could you give an overview of the top items in our backlog?
Sure. The highest priority is enhancing the e-commerce functionality, particularly the shopping cart and checkout process. We also need to focus on optimizing the site for mobile users.
That aligns with the feedback we've received from users. How are we prioritizing the integration of user profiles and their product listings?
That's next in line. Showcasing artisan profiles is essential for our brand identity. We need to ensure that artisans can easily upload and manage their products.
From a process perspective, we should also look at how these backlog items align with our sprints. We'll need your input on the estimated effort for each task. How can we ensure that our sprints remain manageable? Can you provide detailed estimates and technical considerations for each item to help us balance our sprint planning?
Understood. I'll provide detailed estimates for each item and outline the technical considerations. This will help us refine our backlog, avoid overloading our sprints, and set realistic goals for our upcoming sprints, ensuring we maintain quality and efficiency. Good morning, team. Today we need to brainstorm ideas for our user experience. Alex, since you're leading our front-end development, your insights will be crucial.
Thanks. I've been reviewing our requirements. The focus on artisan goods means we need a design that's as unique and engaging as the products themselves.
Absolutely. I was thinking about a layout that highlights the artisanal aspect. Maybe large, eye-catching images with interactive elements?
I like that. We could use a masonry grid layout for the product images. It's visually appealing and works well responsively.
Sounds great. How do we ensure the site remains user-friendly and accessible?
We'll adhere to WCAG guidelines. Simple navigation, all tags on images, and keyboard-friendly design should be our starting point.
I'm also considering React for a seamless interactive experience, especially for the product pages.
Good choice. React's component-based architecture can really help us in building a dynamic website. What about prototyping?
We can use tools like Figma or Sketch. It's vital to get a clickable prototype ready for user testing.
That will help us iterate faster. Should we also think about mobile-first design?
Definitely. Most of our users will likely access the site via mobile devices.
Perfect. Let's start working on this and regroup next week to review the progress. Great job, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we need to align on the technical feasibility of our supply chain management platform. Chris, let's start with your insights on the back end.
Sure. For real-time inventory tracking, we need a robust database. I'm considering an SQL-based solution for structured data handling.
That's a solid choice. SQL databases are great for transactional consistency. However, we should also consider scalability. Maybe integrate a NoSQL database for unstructured data.
I agree. It's crucial that our system scales efficiently. What are your thoughts on API development for supplier integration?
We can design RESTful APIs. It's essential for seamless communication with external systems and maintaining data integrity.
Exactly. And security is paramount. We'll need OAuth for secure API authentication.
On the architecture front, I suggest a microservices approach. It offers flexibility and makes it easier to manage different components of the platform.
Microservices could indeed provide the agility we need. How about the deployment strategy?
Containerization with Docker and orchestration using Kubernetes. This way, we can ensure consistency across development, testing, and production environments.
Perfect. Let's document these technical specifications and start prototyping. We'll meet again next week to review and adjust our approach as needed. Good morning, team. Let's kick off our sprint planning for the real estate portal. Can you start us off with the priorities for the next sprint?
Sure. The main focus is on developing interactive property maps and advanced search filters. These features are crucial for enhancing user experience.
I've been looking into various mapping APIs. I think integrating something like Leaflet for the maps would be effective, especially for mobile responsiveness.
Great initiative. How does that align with our sprint timeline?
It's a bit complex but feasible. I'll need to collaborate closely with the back-end team to ensure the data integration is smooth.
That's important. We also need to ensure our search functionality is both powerful and intuitive. Think autocomplete, filters by property type, price range, etc.
Sounds like a solid plan. What support will you need for these tasks?
Some paired programming sessions initially would help. Also, regular check-ins to align on the back-end integration.
Got it. We'll schedule those in. Remember, our goal is to keep the sprint focused and manageable. Let's avoid scope creep.
Agreed. Let's also plan for a mid-sprint review to assess our progress and make adjustments if necessary.
Will do. I'm excited to see these features come to life. They'll really enhance our user experience.
Excellent. Let's get to work and make this sprint successful. We'll regroup in our daily stand-ups and track our progress.
Morning, everyone. Let's focus on the scalable schema for our supply chain platform. Can you walk us through the current design?
Sure. We've designed a schema that prioritizes efficiency and scalability. It's structured to handle large volumes of data and complex queries.
That's crucial for our inventory and order management features. Are we using a relational database for this?
Yes, we're leaning towards an SQL database for its robust transactional support. However, for certain unstructured data, a NoSQL solution might be appropriate.
Balancing structured and unstructured data is key. How do we ensure data integrity across these systems?
We'll implement consistent validation rules and regular audits. For the NoSQL part, I suggest using schema validation where possible.
What about query performance? Our system will need to handle complex queries efficiently.
Indexing will be critical. We'll index the most queried fields and regularly monitor query performance for optimizations.
Good point. And in terms of scalability, how are we planning to accommodate future growth?
Our architecture will allow for horizontal scaling. We can add more database instances as needed and distribute the load effectively.
I'll need to ensure the back-end APIs can handle this scaling without issues. We might consider load balancing techniques as well.
Definitely. Let's also plan for stress testing to see how the system performs under peak loads. We need to identify any potential bottlenecks early.
Agreed. I'll prepare a detailed documentation of the schema for the team to review. Let's aim for a schema that's both robust and adaptable.
Good morning, team. Our prototype presentation for the Crafts Store website is coming up. How's the front end coming along?
It's looking good. The responsive design is implemented, and the interactive elements really bring the crafts to life.
I've been focusing on the UX. The navigation is intuitive, and the program pages are visually engaging, emphasizing the artisanal quality.
That's great. We need to ensure our presentation highlights these innovative aspects. What are the key features we should focus on?
We should definitely showcase the interactive product galleries and the seamless checkout process. They are central to the user experience.
Agreed. Also, the storytelling element on the product pages is unique. It connects customers with the artisan's stories.
Excellent points. How about the technical side? Anything we should highlight?
Yes, the use of React has allowed us to create a dynamic and responsive interface. It's worth mentioning how this benefits the site's performance and scalability.
Good. Let's also prepare to answer questions on accessibility and SEO strategies. Stakeholders will be interested in how we're addressing these.
I'll prepare some slides on our design philosophy and how it aligns with the brand identity of the store.
I'll add in some technical details, especially about our responsive design approach and the interactive features.
Perfect. Remember, this presentation is not just about showing what we've done, but also about gathering feedback for further improvements.